What's up? What's up? The stream is starting right now. Let's see if audio works on Twitch. It works on Twitch. And how about YouTube? And YouTube, we got it covered. All right. We got it covered. All right, all right. So, let's start the stream. Couldn't stream last Sunday because of personal stuff, but I'm back right now and I want to deep dive even more into Character Mover 2.0. Hi, my name is Ado. I'm a game developer. Been working as a gameplay programmer in C++ for the last 10 years, and these streams are about, learning stuff outside of the things that I know, showing the real learning curve, putting myself in a place where I take one new subject, topic, plugin, or whatever, starting fresh, going in, no preparation beforehand. I want to hit every roadblock as every other person would hit. This whole channel and whole stream started with going into Character Mover in Unreal Engine, the plugin that changes the way we are writing movement code, right? It's an experimental state. And a couple of streams ago, I got info about from Isam75 that Character Mover 2.0 got released in Unreal Engine 5.5. And I was like, okay, let's do this. 2 weeks ago, I jumped in just to cover the basic, changes that they did. They added a nice README file, which is, nice. They added a couple of notes about how to set up your project settings to really test the network smoothing, etc., etc. It worked nice. Now I want to dig in what they actually are advertising here, which is animation support. What did they cooked up? They're claiming, motion warping. I never really used that, so we will see how that works. Animation root motion, I expect some example, etc., etc. Trajectory queries for motion matching. I want to see those notes. If there is a working example already using Mover, because there is, motion matching example, but is there example already connected with Mover or not? We'll dig deep into this on today's stream. Call the Great, hi! How are you doing? Call the Great says, looking forward to find out Mover 2.0, and it will be nice if you could shed some light on general overview of this new system. I have sent through it a bit, but it will be nice to listen more about it while I code. Yeah, sure. I can touch on, general overview of how it works before I dive deeper into this animation support. They did. First of all, I gotta give kudos where credit is due to Epic. Do I have? Yes, I have it turned on. First of all, they included a README file. So my man, this is the entry point. Usually README files either suck or they then don't have enough information. And when I was, getting into Mover, there was no such file as we established with Dexterovsky last stream. Is my mic here? Is my mic is here. So this is the entry point, right? And it is actually, lovely setup. Call the Great says, amazing, finally you read me, haha, yeah. It is kind of funny that, finally, right? But, it's great that it's there. We want more README files that are as extensive as this file for every experimental plugin in Unreal, right? That would be lovely. So that is the entry point. they are explaining which, which level we should start with. L underscore character movement basics. They are telling us what are the project settings to turn on. And if we miss that, they made sure that, wait, no, it's the wrong level. And they made sure, mover examples, character movement basics, that when you turn on the level, they are showing you what project settings you should turn on. And let me tell you, on the last stream, I had those wrong, and the network smoothing with bad network conditions straight up didn't work, right? Only after setting preferred ticking policy to fixed, SymProxy network LOD to interpolated, and fixed tick smoothing through, it works, right? It works amazingly. So they are telling you this here, and then they are showing you which levels contain what kind of example, right? They are giving you a slight, tour over the blueprints that they are having. That animated many-pawn is the character that you should be using in these examples. They have an extended version of it that has a couple of other capabilities. Where to look if you want to see AI-driven path following, spline follower platform, if you want to have something that is not character but still follows splines. So there's that. And the best thing that, I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I ever found in any Unreal Engine plugin when it comes to README files, the explanation of the concepts. What the fuck are we dealing with, right? Usually it is either in documentation or in some Unreal, Epic's Unreal stream. But this time we actually have a nice README file where concepts are being explained. So they are explaining what the movement mode is, right? If you already work with movement in Unreal with the character movement component, you know about this, that there is walking, falling, climbing, etc. And you can add new movement modes, etc., 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 right? But they are also explaining the most important concepts for the whole Mover 2.0, which is layered move. Basically, the way it works is that you can send your proposition of what layered move you want to perform, and there can be multiple layered move active at the same time. You can have a layered move that is, for example, I don't know, following something and also putting you up in the air, right? And those layered moves are generating a proposition, and then depending on what active movement mode you have, they will either execute in your desired way or will be ignored, which is great because it means that, you can send layer moves in and not really think about anything else when you are creating layered moves. And when you're working with movement modes, you can decide which layered moves are of your interest in a given mode, right? So you have nice separation, decoupling of those two things, which is cool, right? Because you can easily ignore or take into the account a very specific moveset, right? There's something called instant movement effects, which I haven't touched upon. I haven't loaded this map yet. I'm not really sure what it is. We'll be checking this out today. They are claiming that it will be teleporting, that it will be some instantaneous launch velocities, etc., etc. We will see. Then there are movement modifiers, which, as I understand it, yeah, and they are even claiming it here, that it is for like crouching, stealth, like you have movement mode going on, but you're resizing the capsule, changing the velocities, etc., and it's a little different than the layered move, right? Of course, transitions between modes, which is something that also was in some way working in the character movement component, but I'm not a big fan of character movement component. And the important thing is what will be your backend liaison for your moves, right? Or for replication of your moves, because It is something that acts as an intermediate between mover component and the network prediction, and they are using two. They are showing two of those, like network prediction plugin and chaos network physics. So you can either use network prediction plugin to replicate your movements and correct them over multiplayer session, right? And you can use the chaos networks physics system. On the last stream, I was playing around with both of those. Network prediction plugin worked a little bit better, but you know, no physics interactions, right? Chaos network physics system, it had more problems with smoothing, but it was working with physics objects, right? So there's really no golden rule here, right? What else I can... There's like the whole other concepts explained here. The comparison with character movement component, how to turn on debugging, what is the logging, like it's really awesome explanation of stuff. Frequently asked questions, like for example, I was wondering, because last year on Unreal Dev Fest in Prague, they were claiming that in the future we could get Outer Wilds or Mario Galaxy like gravity, custom gravity, right? And we have our first bot on Twitch. Let me quickly deal with that shit. Okay, done. Sorry for that. So they claimed that, and I was trying to do something like this like a year ago, and it wasn't really working. And then they said that yeah, it's not ready yet, and I wanted to test it out with Mover 2.0, and they are explicitly saying that nah, arbitrary gravity, not yet, right? Limited blueprint support. Not every function is, you know, represented in blueprint library. Yeah, right now, most of the libraries, function libraries, are concentrated on characters. They claim that Mover is, you know, it should be character agnostic, that it can move blocks, it can move whatever in your game, but right now they are, at least they are claiming here, and it looks like it from code, they are aiming to get the one-to-one comparison with character movement component, and then they will add more general stuff for non-characters, right? That there are a couple of things that are not rollback friendly, etc. So I really recommend, you know, going to the whole readme, and maybe let's go into actual code and blueprint to show a couple of things. Code the Great says, readme is a really great addition. Wish they do this with all their frameworks. I agree. I really love this readme file. I wish, you know, they did it for everything. So kudos to the guy that made this, and I hope other, you know, Epic engineers will take notice of this, right? I use heavily PCG, and sometimes, you know, they are well commented in code, but sometimes I arrive at some new nodes, new concepts that I'm not really sure how to use. I'm looking at the code, I have some idea, but I'm not really sure how to use it, no example. And like a half a year later, it shows up in some of the examples from Epic, and it turns out that I was using it completely wrong, right? And with this kind of documentation, at least you can start, or you can turn it on, get into the project, you know, look at the project and constantly jump between documentation and the project, example project, and constantly, you know, compare stuff between between documentation and what you actually see on screen. So let's maybe, as they said, gameplay, where is our mannequin? Because I wanted to show you as you requested, like a quick overview of the general concept of how the whole movement is being produced, right? Because that's what we are most interested about. Let's go into pawns. There's animated many pawn, extended version, and the base version. Let's turn on base version. Oh, it doesn't have that much. And it just shows some widgets. Okay, so I think the more interesting version would be the animated many pawn. They actually nicely commented and color coded stuff here. Let's start with the input maybe. Let's start with the input. Where is the input? Q from what I remember. Ah, yes. First of all, they are using enhanced input, as you usually do in Unreal 5. So they are, whenever the actual delegate from enhanced input is being called, they are just saving variables whether something was being pressed, right? What the hell happened? Ah, yeah, I went accidentally into the function, right? Or they are setting some locations, but mostly it is about capturing what was the input state. Because what happens in the with the mover component is that it goes through a couple of phases. First, it produces inputs, but it's not directly from delegates, but rather it reads the input command queue, right? Where it breaks this input command queue apart, processes in some way, and creates movement inputs. And in this case, they are also creating ability inputs. Then they are calling, after breaking apart this input command queue, they are handling those inputs. So for example, they are checking like, okay, I have my queue of inputs of ability. There can be a couple of things here. They're asking whether it wants to be crouched, and if it is, then they are actually calling crouched on character mover component, which is a code method that sets up crouch. But that's more like a boring example. Let's go into something more interesting, like for example, dash input, right? Okay, they already have processed the ability inputs for dash, right? And there are a couple of things that they, saved here. Dash is one of them, right? And they are saying, oh, okay, the dash input has been pressed at the beginning of the mover component tick, right? We got this data. We are seeing if, we can actually dash with the cooldown. There could be whatever logic. You could check, whether you have mana, energy, or whatever here, right? And that's where that's where the meat of the whole thing shows up, right? Because you saved what delegates have been pressed, right? You save, you check your logic whether you can actually compose any input, and that's where you are actually creating inputs. There's a logic for creating a movement direction intent from inputs, right? They also got their custom function which will select the montage, right? Animation for that thing. But the most important thing is here, Q layered move. This is the most important function of that thing, because that's where you are sending the proposition to the mover composer. Hey, I processed my inputs. Here is my proposition of what move should be simulated next. And that's where you can hook up your layered move. For example, they use for dash make layered move linear velocity, which means, hey, you will be moving with the linear velocity. This is the velocity. This is the duration I want you to have. This is what should happen when you finish this move after the duration has passed. And here's the whole logic of it. Whether it is on the ground, then it will be either clamping velocity when it is not on the ground. And if it is on the ground, it will be maintaining last root motion velocity, right? You can select your mix mode. How do you want your layered move to be mixed in with other moves. So, for example, in this case, dash is overriding velocity. Whatever your character was doing, dash is on. It takes, you know, it takes priority over everything else. It could be additive, or it could override all of the, oh my god, all of the options. So not only velocity, but also angular, etc., right? And there's like a whole library of those moves. This is where everything, you know, where everything happens. We can type in make layer move, and the whole library shows up. Make layered move, anim root motion, launch, you can launch your characters, jump to, jump impulse over duration, linear velocity, move to, dynamic, multi-jump, radial impulse, root motion, make, test, custom layered move, which is something new. That's interesting. And with that, you also can look into how to create your own layered move, your own proposition for the layered move, right? Which is really awesome. And also you can queue those up. So I remember a year ago, I did like a quick check whether I could make a ability, ground pound ability, where first I would queue the move that would prop me up in the air and then slam me into the ground. And you can easily react on your move finished and queue another move in a sequence. Whether it should be done like this for a game, I'm not sure, because maybe it should be done with the root motion, but there is an option at least to explore. Dexterovsky, hello! How are you doing? How are you doing? I've been outside today, here in lovely Poland, and it's windy as fuck. Is it windy for you as well, Dexterovsky, in your city? Because here I don't want to get out of the house today. It's scary windy. Yeah, so just to quickly run through this overview, as you asked for Kill the Great, this is where the meat on the bones lie, right? You are handling your input, you know, processing whatever the logic you need to process, and then you queue your layered move. You can play your montage if you need to. We can also look at vault over the same way. It first processes, you know, stuff from the input and additional logic. Then you can call on your functions that are also helping with processing of what kind of input should be put into your layered move. Oh, that's where they have those warp targets that I was talking about a second ago. Yeah, because I was wondering, we're talking about motion warping, right? That's what they updated, that it should be working with Character Mover 2.0, and that's exactly what they are using here. Add or update warp target from location. And it proposes target location, start position, step position. We will look into this code in a second. And landing position. It also queues next movement mode. Because there's one other thing I forgot. You can not only queue your layered moves, but you can also queue your movement modes. So for example, if your movement requires movement change, you can be like, hey, queue my next movement mode as this, and then queue my layered move as this, right? And it should resolve. If it is possible to change your movement mode from walking to flying, for example, it will happen. And then your layered move will, you know, be queued in and it could be processed. Yeah, some montage is being played. And we can see exactly that at first they are queuing next movement mode flying, dealing with the montage, etc. And after the whole montage finished, it's removing all the warp targets, which I don't know what it means, but we will learn it soon. Then we are queuing that, hey, just go back to walking, right? Dexterovsky says, yeah, yesterday when I was going to work, there was snow and strong wind as fuck. Yeah, it's crazy. It was snowing. It was snowing yesterday and it looked crazy. Crazy as hell. Oh, they also dash input is interesting. Double jump is kind of simple. It processes whether, you know, the jump input has been pressed and whether we are above the ground. And then we are just calling double jump, which really cues layered move, multi jump, upward speed, override velocity. Really, the whole point of using mover component is queuing layered moves and queuing next movement modes. And what else? Aiming input. It's not really dealing with the move, but you know, because inputs, when you are using mover component, inputs are handled via input command queue, right? That's also a good way of, you know, handling non-movement inputs, just, you know, to have everything dealt with in one flow, right, in one workflow, so you won't have to look at other parts of code just to see what non-movement inputs have been dealt with, right? Yeah, and so you save your inputs here, then on pre-simulation tick, before anything happens, you can get data from your input command stuff. You can process it, queue your movements, and that's where, you know, you go into code, because that's where the actual simulation happens. On mover pre-simulation tick, we can actually see how it collects, you know, those inputs, right? And we need to go into actual mover component, not character mover component. Yeah, there are lots of cool delegates, like on post movement. That's where you can, you know, for example, react on your movement finishing and queue the next movement, etc., etc. So on pre-simulation tick, it gets the inputs, processes them into proposed layered moves or what movement mode should be, you know, queued next. Then in simulation tick, it's actually dealing with the simulation part of everything. Here it is actual hidden finite state machine. So that's cool, right? And after all the moves have been simulated in this tick, or whatever simulation has been happening in this tick, it is sending out on post movement, and whether something finished, you will get the info there. And if I remember correctly, there was something for wait a second, tick component. No, okay. Simulation tick. There was something after simulation tick, but right now I'm blacking out what was the name of that thing. Or maybe they deleted it. Produce input. This is also another way of producing input. Here is where you can get data from your actor or whatever and push it to your command queue. Restore frame. Yeah, I think there used to be something like post simulation tick or update, but I don't see it anymore. Maybe they updated it, or maybe I'm misremembering. They're also handling network rollbacks here, etc., etc. So the basic gist of it is you save your inputs when the enhanced input delegates have been, you know, triggered. Then on pre-simulation tick, you can handle all those inputs, process them, and queue your layered move or next movement mode if it requires movement mode changing. And then you let mover do its own thing, which will be simulating over the network, etc., etc. There's like a huge library of layered moves, but I think make move. I think that the library of it was a little bit bigger last time, but maybe some of that was experimental or just straight up wrong. But yeah, you just call make layer move launch, linear velocity, whatever you need. Most probably is there or will be added there. And you can also, you know, write your own layered move. If we look into how it queues things, yeah, exec version will be called. It will queue layered move, which is here, queue layered move, and then the movement mode state machine will take care of it, right? So I'm not sure if that was the best overview of how general overview of how it works. If you got more questions or you want me to test out specific thing, please let me know. Cool, the great. And it's lovely that they added this readme, right? Okay, so let me take a quick sip. It was windy and super chilly in my apartment for the whole morning. It's still morning, but right now the sun is up, which means it's getting super hot in my apartment because I have southeast exposition, which is nice because I get to see the sun all the time and I get to save a little bit on heating bills, but summer is approaching. When outside it will be 32 degrees, it will be 37 in here, so can't wait to be working just in my underwear and be like, oh my god, I'm dying. And it's not my apartment, so I cannot install AC in here. What are your tactics to survive the summer? Okay, character mover 2.0. I wanted to dig deeper into this animation support. We are making strides to keep pace with the latest and greatest UE5 animation technologies, including motion warping, improved animation root motion support, and trajectory queries for motion matching. So we saw that the vaulting is using motion warping, which I think it was using it a year ago, but maybe in a little bit different fashion. Improved animation root motion support and trajectory queries for motion matching. So that's what I want to find out. Like, is there, first of all, is there an example of it? Motion warping, we found the example. Animation root motion, we will search for an example in a second. And this motion matching also. If not, we will be looking at it, you know, on our own. Cool the Great says, I have totally flipped situation here in India. An extreme heat installing AC in my working space. Right now you have extreme heat. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, so it is totally flipped in Poland. But the extreme heat situation is, you know, approaching in Poland in the next months. I remember from when being a kid, I don't know, at least in my area, it's only gotten to be more warmer maybe in May. Right now, May is already kind of hot. And I wish I could install AC here, but you know, not my apartment, rent-based economy and stuff like that. So, before I detour even more, let's look at this motion warping situation, which was connected to Volt input, right? Try get Volt over params. What are they doing in here? Oh, it is a blueprint function. It's dealing with the sequence of 4 events. Okay, first find potential obstacle in front of us. Ray testing. increasingly higher until we have a blocking hit. Okay, so there's a logic for doing 4 traces, as I see it, and trying to find a potential vault obstacle. If it hit anything, right? Okay. And then it creates a break. I don't like the way the blueprints are handling break. This kind of like looping line over here, it looks funny. Then perform downward traces along the forward line of the actor, increasingly farther into the obstacle. So it tries to find the depth of the obstacle, right? From what I understand. Num vault over samples. Oh, it's just a variable. So it does 5 passes of 5 traces. It tries to find how wide the obstacle is and whether it can actually, vault over something, right? And they're calling obstacle lip position. I don't know why it's being named lip. But okay. Perform a final downward trace just past our last successful trace, but longer and looking for a landing point. So, okay, lip. No, I don't know why it is being called lip, but it's dealing with the ledge over the obstacle. And okay, we find the ledge of the obstacle, and let's perform a downward trace behind the obstacle to find the landing point. Okay. And then when it gathered all those results, it decides whether it can vault over and produces the lip position, the step position. What was the step position? Landing position. This was a lip position. Initial hit position. Wait a second. No, there is a step position. Okay. Okay. And it gets those results. Let's get back to the event graph. And if it can vault over, it's checking for motion warping component. Add or update warp target from location. Target location and a warp target name. Then another one is called vault step position, target location, and landing position. Q is the flying mode, because otherwise the gravity would be fucking us up. That's true. It just plays montage. Let's see if that montage has root motion information. Oh, there is some motion warping in here. I never really use motion warping, I'll be honest. So I'm not really sure how it works. Okay. It basically says that this is the moment where you should start, and it does contain some that's nice. Have you guys ever used motion warping? Because it nicely features this trajectory, and it tells us that okay, this is the moment when we are doing motion warping. And probably my guess is that in the motion warping component we are setting up those warp target names, because here is where it is, vault starting position, right? Here's the moment, the place where we need to warp to. Okay, then it is following with our root motion animation, and then we have motion warping. It is searching for the vault step position, which is here, and let's do that. And then start also warping towards the landing position. That's fascinating. And skew warp. What other warp we have? Scale. We can either scale the root motion or skew our root motion. So we're doing this. Okay. Lexerowski says nope. For first-person games, it is useless, at least for me. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, because when we are working with the third person game, which has root motion animations, and the animators are deciding lots of things about movement, then yeah. Oh my god, when we were working on Evil West, when I was still at Flying Wild Hog, we would kill for motion warping like that and all of this. Because it wasn't easy working with root motion animations back then. And also networking of root motion. Ooh, it was sucking. Let me tell you that. I remember we had a big discussion whether we should completely just turn off root motion and just basically hand code all of the movement ourselves. But we decided that it would be impossible for the amount of root motion movements we have, right? Because it was so not working. And I remember basically one of the guys I think had to increase all the network buffers to make it work, and we were still thinking like, well, in US the co-op won't be working that well because root motion took so much of network bandwidth. Lexerowski says, I don't know, maybe I'm kind of strange, but I like junky animations like those from Half-Life. You know what? I like them too because they are fast. Like, I don't know, maybe it is because we grew up on Half-Life and all the, Half-Life adjacent mods, games, etc. Maybe that's why it's so natural for us. But on the other hand, today's kids and teenagers grew up on Minecraft, which has also very simple movement, right? So, and janky, etc. So maybe there is something about the simplicity of movement that trumps over beautiful, and even, games like Titanfall 2 and Apex Legends, which in my opinion have awesome movement, right? It's still fast. It's maybe not, I wouldn't say janky, but it's still first person, and the animations are adjusting to the move, not the other way around, right? At least that's how it looks from the first person perspective. And on the third person perspective, when I played Apex Legends, I didn't care, that maybe some animation was janky. I was caring that I don't want to die and I want to kill the other guy, right? So, yeah. If that's strange, then Dexterovsky, you and I, we are both strange, I guess. But yeah, but I can imagine easily how working on a third-person game that is trying to aim for, those Sony PlayStation exclusive AAA level, how you would be making extensive use of motion warping and root motion animations, and if I understand this correctly, mover component might be it. Might be it. Call the Great says, it will be easier to develop cool movement system like Titanfall and Apex with mover. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Will be easier thanks to, the ease of queuing the, layered moves and movement modes. It seems like it will be way easier manageable. And bonus point, you could add those moves to non-characters, right? So for example, maybe some weird ass robots could do this, or maybe you could suddenly have a car that, drives on the side of the wall, right? You could do lots of weird stuff. Making a game like Tony Hawk also seems would be easier because you could easily queue up moves, right? With the animations and movement modes, etc. Grinding, on the benches and stuff. Yeah, definitely. And with the warping component, you could make sure that your animations are working with those moves amazingly, right? Yeah. Let's look at the motion warping component, shall we? Because I'm interested what code says to us about this motion warping component. Let's look at that because I am really curious. Okay, no big readme at the beginning. It is in plugins in animation. Okay, let's see one thing. I know that I'm maybe sidestepping from mover right now, but I want to see if there is like a motion No. Motion warping. No, there is motion warping content, but no examples. God damn it. Do they have readme file here? No. Nope. No readme. Sorry. Damn it. I wanted to get a quick, like pulse check of what it is, how it works, etc. But it seems like I would have to dig for a couple of hours here. Oh, there's something interesting. Motion warping is no longer limited to character actors. So we could have some weird ass non-character four-legged or no-legged creatures or robots and still use motion warping. That's like a topic for a stream alone. Call the Great says, yeah, totally. There will be really weirdly cool games coming out in the next 4-6 years maybe. Adaptation of Mover will take time, I think. Yeah, especially as it doesn't have one-to-one implementation of the things that character movement component CMC already gives you. So until we get to the point there is one-to-one, functionality, capabilities, right, adapted, people will be looking at mover component as a curiosity, right? Like right now I am looking, but they might be too scared to ship a game with it. But once we hit that point where CMC and mover will be, compatible one-to-one, that's where people will start ignoring the experimental and be like, you know what, fuck it, I'ma just, start using it. If it is one-to-one, yeah, why not? But from what I can see here, there are lots of blueprint callable functions, so I guess the way to use it is supposed to be simple. You get your montage with your root motion, right? You put the motion warping animation notifications with names, and then you're just adding your targets, right? Cue the next movement mode, play montage, and just wait until the whole motion ends. It looks surprisingly easy. Way too easy. There has to be something that doesn't work. Too bad I don't have good root motion animation set. But I might have to shop for it or search for it, because maybe this could be like a good, future stream where I would be hooking up motion warping with mover to, like to the base animated money pawn right here and create my own moves. I don't know. This would be cool to explore. Yeah, because right now I'm thinking, like for the game that I'm also working on streams is first person, right? So I might not use it there. But the enemies might use some cool movement like this. Although I intended my game to be way simpler and cartoony, but yeah, it is a nice topic to explore, I think, in the future. Okay, so motion warping actually looks surprisingly easy to use with mover component. You just cue next movement mode. That's kind of it. I'm surprised. But how would I make sure, that's a question, that whenever I'm entering, I'm doing motion warping, will be doing something, right? Will be working. We will be entering the flying movement mode. How can I make sure that if some other inputs are being, processed and layered moves queued in, how can I make sure that actually my processing of move will ignore whatever layered move will be queued in? That's an interesting question, right? So for example, I'm queuing my layered move here, right? Move as raw data. Wait, what? Queue layered move. There's some weird shit going on. Look at this. The blueprint function takes move as raw data, but it is int32 and the reference to it. Then somehow that's some engine trickery. Struct prop is being changed to actual cloned move, and this is what gets queued. Okay, layered move, queued layered moves. Okay, great. How can I make sure that my move will be the one that is working and nothing can override it? Flash queued moves to group. Okay, great, but still. Let's jump in here and let's see. Substep start data saying that layered move. Once again, great, but sync state, substate, blah 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 blah. How, where, start state, on simulation tick, queue mode transition. This is movement mode transition, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's not what I'm interested in. Because I have the substate data, right? Movement modifiers, layered moves, okay. And this is what? It is actually a simulation, right? Okay, so where... Here's apply instant effects, which we haven't looked into. We will look into it in a hot second, but set mode immediately. Okay. But I'm interested in layered moves. Where do they show up? Current layered moves. Okay. Generate active moves. Maybe here is where flash move erase. There's some lambda to remove all. Everything that is finished is getting removed all and called the end move on it. Okay. That is quite important. Make any queued move active. Queue move, start move. On start, there I don't see anything that would, for example, while I'm doing the vaulting over, I would press some input that would work with the flying movement. For example, I don't know, I would add move that would be propelling me up in the air. I don't see anything that would say like, no, you are doing some motion warping right now or whatever. We're doing a layered move that is not to be interrupted or mixed with anything. With the Q layered move, I can dictate that I can override stuff, right? Override velocity. But how can I make sure that while this whole thing is happening, nothing else will mess up this movement? That is interesting. That is interesting. Current layered moves. Okay, here are the active moves that will be. They can accumulate all active moves. Got it. All proposed move and distill this in the cumulative movement report. May include separate additive versus override mode. Okay, so here's the move step. We are generating move from active move. And then actually it can get mixed in. There might not be such a thing. Consider whether move component should be just a part. Okay, this is some of their notes. And it returns false. Okay. Why? Because it is the given active move that implements that. Merge proposed movement from the current mode with the movement from layered moves. Okay, and nothing, because movement modes have those, and then we can mix that. At least now it kinda looks like you could easily mess up your vaults within this example and possibly other moves that require motion warping. Or at least I'm not finding a way to make sure that this vault will not be interrupted. But maybe we can follow it through, actually. Maybe I can, you know, just... Let's actually see if I can break it. Dexterovsky says, I reminded myself why I also made input binding in the pawn class, because when I wanted to do it in player controller, I had problem with the circular dependencies, which I wasn't able to fix. Oh. That's interesting. What kind of circular dependencies? Ah, yeah. That the player controller was calling something on a pawn, and then pawn was in return calling something on a player controller, which once again called something on pawn and ad infinitum, right? That's what you mean? And it says that I changed something. Okay, no, I didn't, but let me quickly, you know, turn on this example. Hello? Can I steer with the gamepad? Yes, I can. Let's swap for the extended pawn. And we vault with the face button left, and we dash with the face button right. So this is dash, and this will be vault. Yes, actually you can mess up. Or whether it is intended or not, actually that's kind of cool that I can just vault and someone's shooting at me, so I'm dashing away from it. So that's cool, but what about moves that, for example, designer would be telling me, let's say we are working on God of War and we are vaulting over something, right? And the designer says all the inputs should be ignored, right? How can I realize that with the current setup? I would have to make the custom logic during input processing that, hey, if we are vaulting, then ignore this input. But I hate this type of logic, right? I'd rather had, you know, some way of telling a specific move either via tag or however, that hey, when I'm being executed, if my layered move is being executed, I am the most important. Here's my priority with the integer, right? And if actually something with a higher priority comes in, that's where it can be stopped, right? But other than that, I'm the top dog, right? I would love to have something like that. Because there is a state machine there, right? Supposedly. So the state machine should be able to evaluate this. But actually, the animation blends nicely with this shit, right? For just such simple example, it blends quite nicely when I'm interrupting this movement, right? Dexterovsky says exactly about the circular dependencies. Okay. And then he says, or maybe some sort of disable movement input function. Yeah, we could have, you know, like disable movement input when I am doing very specific move that's supposed to block the input, but still, you know, from my experience, it can get real messy then trying to figure out what was blocking the input, etc. I think we did something similar for Evil West when we were blocking input in specific cases, and it was hard to manage, I'll be honest. But what about... Okay. Yeah, so... But those priorities also could be hard to manage. It could also balloon up when you're like, okay, but what is having the priority right now, etc. Yeah, it could be also a hell to manage. I mean, basically we are all humans. We can turn any good system into hell if we want to. We are humans. Alright, so... In all actuality, I like the fact that I can just combine this motion warping with the root motion and interrupt it via input. So even though I would have to custom code, most probably, the blocking of a specific layered move, I actually like the fact that I can mix it like that. It makes for super responsive gameplay, in my opinion. And also, this is a question that people from, studios like Santa Monica and Naughty Dog, etc. would be asking themselves, because they are working on those super animation-driven AAA third-person character games, third-person character action games. I'm not sure if I would use that, but whatever. And they don't use Unreal, right? So they got their own stuff. Okay, so that's when it comes to motion warping from here. It looks like it works super alright. There's a time stretch curve. Yeah. Show me the animation on its own. Vault over. I might have missed this somehow, but... Mouth roll? Jaw? What the... From what kind of game they imported this animation over? This character doesn't have mouth, brow, or anything like this. Or it doesn't even have a nose. It's like Krillin from Dragon Ball. It doesn't even have a face. And yet it does contain some curves for that. Okay, okay. And lots of play sounds here. Can we get from where? Do they have it? No, it's just vault over export, vault over FBX. Damn. We won't know which game is it from, because it doesn't... it sure doesn't look like it was made just for this example. With all those curves. Talking about eye, look, mouth, jaw. Unless there is some like naming convention connected to movement that I'm not privy to. It looks like it's from a different game. No additives, yes. Enable root motion, yeah. And what I wanted to say, what I kinda never saw, is that you can see this root motion curve, because, as I said, I worked with the game that had root motion curves, and I could never visualize it. Am I a Dumbo and been a Dumbo for all these years? Most probably. Most probably. Can you like turn on this stuff here? No. Visualize trajectory. Show it motion trajectory. I wonder if it was here 6 years ago when I was working on Evo West. If it was, and I didn't know about it, and no one told me about this, then it is fucking funny. And the orientation. Wow, that's actually cool. That's great. I love that preview. Okay, so it looks like the realization of this point is realized greatly. You just tell it, you know, the name of the targets, set them up, put them in the animation, and you're done. You cue your movement mode if it requires changing. Most probably requires changing to flying because you want to ignore gravity. Done. Okay, great. On to the next one. Animation root motion support. I mean, you already kind of saw that, right? But it is motion warping that is working with the root motion there. Let's see what happens if I go like this and go root. Okay. Make layer move anim root motion. Okay, what does it give me? What does it give me? I can select a montage here. Start montage position. Next mode. Oh! That is fucking cool. Because it gives me options. Either I can use either motion warping, or I can just straight up take an animation with the root motion, plug it in here, it will, you know, just play the root motion that it needs to play. Use it over the network, so we will be getting rollbacks, I think. Nice rollbacks, not the ones that we have with the regular just playing animation with the root motion. And we can play montage of the same animation where root motion is disabled, so we get the best of both worlds. Our movement is still being driven by mover component. We have the same animation, and we get all the benefits of network smoothing. That's actually quite nice. But the only thing that I don't understand is duration of milliseconds. Like, why would I take a montage and say like, okay, only, you know, do this for 300 milliseconds when the montage might be 2 seconds long or whatever, right? I don't get that. But let's look at the code, shall we? Layered move anim root motion. Layered move anim. Okay. Layered move anim. What the move anim root? What the hell? How can we search for that? Layered move anim root motion structure. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to freaking find in code. Layered move anim. What the? What the hell? Where do those reside? I remember finding, you know, those structs. And now I cannot find them. Layered, okay, let's find layered move. Look at this shit. Layered move underscore anim root motion. You. Oh. Okay. And it is in default movement set layered moves. Okay, show in. If any of you are using Rider, and I know some of you are, I always been trying to find a way of like clicking on it and be like, hey, show me where this file resides in my Explorer here. Do you guys have this? Oh, I just find it? Or no, it just doesn't work. God damn it. It just turned on, you know, regular Windows Explorer. Okay, fuck you. Anim root motion layered. Because that's how it is being named. Okay. Because I just wanted to look at everything here. Alright, fuck it. Let's just, you know, type in. anim root motion layered move. Okay. And we got all the, oh yeah, we need to also look into instant movement effects because we haven't looked at this, neither in the previous part 2 weeks ago, neither today. But here is where, if you want to create your own layered move that we'll be simulating, this is where you can find this stuff, right? Layered moves, there's move library, air movement utils, ground movement utils. That's nice. Movement record, physics mover. God damn, there's so much stuff connected to it. The backends, yeah. Debug. All right. So what this animation root motion move does, handles root motion from a montage played on the primary visual component, skeletal mesh. In this method, root motion is extracted independently from anim playback. The move will end itself if the animation is interrupted on the mesh. So does it also play the animation when I use make layered move anim root motion? No, it says that the root motion is extracted independently from anim playback. So anim playback doesn't influence it, but for some reason when animation is interrupted on the mesh, the move will end also. So there is some connection. I don't get this comment, I'll be honest. So as usual, let's get into a code, right? When you are trying also create like your own layered moves, right? For your own move library, if whatever they are giving you here is, not enough, those are the most important methods, right? Like generate move, you need to clone because clone does this stupid thing, right? That you need to do. You can also tell it how to net serialize it, which is quite powerful. Your own serialization, you absolutely need to do get script struct. That is for, I think, some editor representation. And for, dependency chain, if, your layered move requires some additional, references, that's where you could make sure that they are being present in dependency chain, I guess. But the most important is, of course, generate move. This is where you're getting your simulation state, your time step, what is your movement component, your mover component blackboard with all the, informations. And here is the move that you're proposing to do. Here is the crux of the simulation that you are proposing the mover will, simulate. Okay, first of all, they are dealing with the network. So yeah, if time step, wait, no. Resimulating usually means for network stuff, but here it is like stop this move if the montage is no longer playing on the mesh. So when we are not resimulating, yes, when we are not resimulating over the, this comment should be here, not here. But okay, I am being an asshole right now. We are just getting the mesh component, and if it is not playing, we are stopping. Okay, so my question stands. We don't need this duration of milliseconds if it is that connected to playing montage, right? This is our time step, our mover actor, sync state. First pass simply samples based on the duration. For long animations, this has the potential to diverge. Future improvements could include speeding up or slowing down slightly to match the associated montage instance. Okay. Detecting if the montage instance is interrupted and attempting to interrupt, and scheduling this move to end at the same simulation time. Okay. Note that montage position equates to seconds when play rate is 1. Okay, so they are taking the montage play rate into the account. So this duration makes no sense to me. I'll be honest, it makes no freaking sense to me. But whatever. Maybe it is just a leftover. It is still, you know, worked on. It is still work in progress. So, you know, let's deal with that. Read the local transform directly from montage. And there it is. Motion warping utilities. There it is. Motion warping and improved animation root motion support. Yeah, because a year ago it wasn't that great. Right now we are using motion warping utilities. Which is extracting root motion from animation, which, as we saw, was where was this anim? We had this anim on the lockdown. Man, I lost it. Open recent. No. Do I have it still here? Yeah, we have it. Which we saw, it's this root motion, right? Trajectory. So this is extracting our start position, which is position of start montage. And where will we be after we will simulate in our time step? So this is our proposition. This is our local root motion, right? This is our transform that we need to have. And it is in local space, if I understand it correctly. Then there's all of the warping happening. Right, I mean saving the data of it, and converting local root motion to world root motion. Yes. Then it is being converted. Our root motion is getting, you know, the translation is being converted to linear velocity, angular velocity, and that is our out proposed move. It is great. And I don't see playing of this animation. So that is a little weird to me, I'll be honest. Because on the one hand, they are saying that it is independent from the montage, right? On the other hand, it will automatically, you know, finish when this montage is stopped being played on your pawn. But even after you cue this layered move, from what I understand, you need to play montage by hand, right? And you need to make sure that your play rates are matching, right? Starting positions are matching. Duration milliseconds, I think it might be left over because I don't see it anywhere in here. No, wait, what? Duration milliseconds is being zeroed if the montage is not playing anymore. And yeah, it is weird. This duration is not being... I mean, you can mess up easily because the way I would do it, if I was using it, I would take the montage, take the duration of it, and plug it in here to make sure that they are, you know, the same exactly, right? But on the other hand, there's a lot of room for error if I set play rate to 2, but the duration will be still for play rate 1. I think it is work in progress. Still. Do they say to us anything more to here? No, it is root motion extracted independently from the anim playback. So the only moment where starting montage position scaled seconds since montage started, so we are getting the current position, right? Okay. It seems cool, but I'll be honest. They showed us how we could use motion warping component to do exactly that, so I'm not sure why would we need this, but maybe it is for non-character driven. But the motion warping component doesn't seem to be super character driven. Maybe if, you know, for some reason you don't want to use motion warping component on your actor at all, you could just use that. But okay, it is there. They're not lying that there is more improved animation root motion support, because you don't have to code it yourself. There are a couple of questions of how to use it in a fun way, but you know. They didn't lie that they improved that, because we can just go root motion, make layered move, anim root motion, and just plug in montage, plug in all those stuff, leave the duration, plug duration milliseconds for the length of the montage, and then play montage and probably call it a day, right? Yeah. So that's cool. That's cool. If you have, you know, nice set of animations with the root motion, you could easily, you know, create your moves with that. That's great. And trajectory queries for motion matching. That is interesting. That is interesting. Do we have an example for that? Mover in C++ maybe? No, not really. Movement basis. No. And mover tests maybe? No. And so let's get back to mover examples. Content, maps. But the problem is I know those maps and none of them have motion matching example. So now I got a question. If there are trajectory queries for motion matching, how can I see how they are being used? I probably need to turn on the motion matching example. That's what's been updated with mover component. I'm not sure. What happens if I just go motion matching post search experimental? I don't see anything connected to mover plugin. Yet they're claiming that there is trajectory queries for motion matching. And in the screenshot here, I see like a drop-down list of movement modes, and one of it is advanced walking mode. Maybe that's what is connected to motion matching. Let's see, why not? I don't know, let's add new movement mode, right? And I don't have the advanced walking. I guess, yeah, they added it in, but with the motion matching plugin. So let's turn it on. Let's go to plugins, motion. What the hell? I have it turned on and still generate predictions to track history. Okay, let's just turn on everything that I can find. Animation locomotion for driving locomotion. Yeah, let's turn that on. Let's turn that on. HP motion, no, get the hell away. Yeah, and let's restart the whole project. No, don't save my changes. I don't want those to be saved. Where's my writer? Let's restart the whole thing. And while it's restarting, let me direct you to the Discord connected to this channel. So guys, if you like what you're seeing here and you want to discuss this kind of topics and other topics connected to game development or games in general, let me invite you to my Discord. Dexterovsky says, oof, 11 people watching on YouTube. Really? Oh, I wasn't really looking at the... I went high-pitched here. At the view count. Oh, wow. 12 people right now. Thank you, guys. It's the highest I ever had. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing, and I hope I'm not being too boring. All right, let's see right now. Once again, I want to see motion matching trajectory queries. Will we have it? Motion matching or match. Let me just type in that. I don't see that many more functions or anything really. Did I turn down the correct plugin? Did they name it differently? Please, let not it be the character motion component, character mover component situation. 2 weeks ago on the last stream, there was this situation. I looked at it and I was like, huh, character motion component? I typed it in the writer, right? And it went like, character motion component. And I was like, what is this? And it turns out then it's something that is different than mover component. It is some base movement component, which I don't know what it is, and it is a network prediction component, and I was like, what the hell is this, right? Because here I see character motion component, mover component, but it's not a mover component, so what the hell are we dealing with? And then it turns out that there is character mover component, then has a viewable name of a character motion component, if I remember. Character motion, no. So it is an H. No? Okay, so I don't even know where the name of character motion component comes in. But it is the name, but there's a completely different component with that name, which makes, you know, your head explode when trying to search for stuff. Okay. Where are those queries? I want to see those queries. Motion warping content, motion trajectory, yes. Content. And it's empty. And I did the whole stream on the motion matching and example. What the? Animation, locomotion, animation, sharing, blah, blah, blah. Where the hell is this? Motion trajectory, content, classes. Okay, what if I just go like trajectory? Character trajectory component, no. Trajectory queries for motion matching. Connected to the mover. Okay, is there anything in a mover here about trajectories? Modes. Where did they hide it? Mover post search trajectory prediction? Is it that? Trajectory prediction that can query from a mover driven actor for use with the post search. I think it's that stuff. We're right on the money, but that is a U object. It's not a component, it's not an interface, it's a U object. It's not a layered move. How the hell are you supposed to use that? Let's find out. Trajectory predictor that can query from a mover-driven actor for use with post search. Oh, yeah, I guess that's where it is. In-out trajectory. It samples this trajectory. I mean, sorry, it takes mover predicted samples. Or get predicted trajectory, and how that works. And okay, I need to wrap my head around this stuff real quick. Okay. Is that used anywhere? I post search trajectory prediction interface. Okay. Predict? Where is it being used? It's not used. It's insane. If they created this, I'm sure that they have on the repository in Perforce a project that uses it, right? Because they wouldn't just create implementation out of nothingness without it being connected to anything, right? So does Unreal Engine 5.5.3 have an example of how to use it? Animation post search experimental. I enabled post search, I think, right? Plugins, post search. Yeah, I have it. No content there. Do I have to re-download the... What was the name of that stuff? Animation motion matching project again, and that's where I could see it? That would be weird, but okay. Find usages. No usages. Wait. Thanks. That's amazing. No. Yeah, I guess I have to download the whole project. I have the old version somewhere, but the old version is probably not up to date with the Mover 2.0. Game animation sample. Yeah, I think I have to delete it because from what I see, I was looking at it in July last year. So let's do it. Let's download it because why not? Yeah, let's re-download it. Let me quickly do this. Oh yeah, I can actually do it on the main screen. Stream, not scream. Update available. No, I don't want to deal with update available. I want to deal with game animation sample. Yeah. And you did what? You did some weird shit. Wait a second. I need to do this because it was turning on the wrong. Why can't I just download it inside of it? I don't get it. But I already have it. Because it's connected with the whole fab situation. And probably didn't register that I already have this. Oh my god. Yeah, I have read. Yeah, accept. Thank you. God damn. When I downloaded this project last time, there was no fab. So it probably didn't register that I already have it in my library. And can I download it right now? It was named game animation sample. Let's check for it. Game animation sample. Yeah, create the project. No, that's the literally worst place to create it. Let's call it here and here and do that and create it. Download it. Yeah, it should be a quick download, and we will see if we will see how to use that, because that is hella confusing. It is just a U object how does it get created? How can, from what I understand, you are using the trajectory prediction from mover component to drive your animation search pulse, right? So when the pulse search will be running those interface functions, it will be actually, you know, checking from mover component what should be the trajectory based on the mover prediction samples, which I'm not sure how they are getting actually activated, etc., etc. Dexterovsky says, leave him guys like and a sub and join the Discord because he's super smart and helpful. Oh my god. Help him grow the channel, he deserves it. Oh my god, thank you Dexterovsky. Yeah, I'm terrible with things like self-promotion, like hey, yeah, subscribe and like, so thank you for that. I had streams when I forgot to, you know, post the link to my Discord, etc., etc. You know, I'm terrible with self-promotion, so thank you Dexterovsky. By the way, I didn't have time during March because March was a hell March for me. Huh, no pun intended. I had little free time, but I want to test out the short making workflow that you sent to the Discord about how I could, you know, create shorts. Guys, if you know, if you are also on YouTube and creating your stuff, Dexterovsky left a nice note about how you could create shorts out of your streams. And in Poland, soon there will be holidays. I hope I will have at least 2 or 3 hours that I could sit down and, you know, test out this workflow. The only thing that I managed to do in March with that is create an account with DaVinci Resolve, and that's it. Okay, did it download? What the? It did, but it's not showing up here. What the hell? Okay, okay. Okay, we're turning on the next animation sample. It's compiling shaders, etc. So I will just quickly grab myself some beverage and I'll be right back. Give me a quick second. I forgot I already had it here. A nice lemonade. So, cheers to y'all. So, how y'all are doing? What are you guys working on? Dexterovsky, what are you working on right now for your project? And anyone, if you are working on your projects, please tell me what, you know, what are the things that you are overcoming right now? Because, for example, on my own private game project, my challenge is to get better at design because I can create small interactions, right? But how to string them together into nice gameplay sequence, that's a challenge for me. I've been a gameplay programmer, but not a designer, so that's something that I'm still struggling with, right? Dexterovsky says, I'm still refactoring the code and moving input binding to player controller class. Yeah. Yeah, refactor. But you'll be, you know, thankful to yourself in the future. I hope the future you will be thankful to you. Oh my god, the compiling takes so much time. So much time. Okay. Maybe meanwhile, while the sample is turning on, I hope updated sample will have a connection to mover. Will have what we are searching for. So how it actually works, if we'll find the example there, how does it work? Let's look at the code. right? First of all, it tries to get the number of prediction samples, right? The seconds per prediction sample, so how much of time coverage will each sample have, and the number of history samples that we have to look through. Nice structures being created here. Use visual component root and disable gravity. Yeah, when we are moving with root motion, right? We usually disable gravity because otherwise we wouldn't be able to freely move our character around in the 3D space, right? So there's that. Did it turn on? Not yet. So yeah, it's creating the structure. Then we are asking mover component to get our predicted trajectory. This is what happens on mover component. So this, I think this is the realization of what they said here. Trajectory queries for motion matching. This is how you can ask it. Like, okay, here are our prediction parameters. Hey, let's get our last input command, Q. Our cached sync states and auxiliary states. Our step state. Okay, for our time step, and let's create the future time step, which will be advanced, you know, in the future. Server frame equaling 0. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Dexterovsky says, I'm only expecting that the workflow with the HUD will be easier, simpler, and code will be more readable. That is very important thing. Sometimes I've been lately on a, you know, how to say it, on a streak of believing that simpler code is better than so-called, I don't know how they are calling it, but the proper code, or what was the name of it? Clean code or whatever, right? Because sometimes I'm seeing realization of clean code that were templates upon templates upon templates, and it's super hard to use. Where I see that most probably people from business development on the C++ side of things are bringing their workflows in game development, where in some cases it is needed and great, but in some cases it's like, well, I just wanted to print a simple string, not create the whole factory that will do something, and call upon template, etc., etc. So simpler code triumphs, in my opinion, especially during shipping. Okay, yes, we have our game animation sample. I also did a stream on that like a year ago. First of all, let's see. Is it... Fuck! Why is it version 5.4.4? It's not an updated version. What? And I want to know why. I want to know why. Really? And once again, it wants to jump into Fab. Okay, let's jump into Fab. I thought that it was... It is not updated. I could have just looked at this and without... Supported version is 5.5. But no, last update is the 12th of March. What the... I thought I could... When I am clicking... What in the holy... Why is it even here? Did it download the previous version of the animation sample because I didn't have 5.5.4 as our main version? Get the fuck out of here. Really? it's painful, but that's what this channel is about real way and, you know, showing the real learning curve, real curve of, you know, interfacing with some of the shit. And for some reason, I wanted to download the game animation sample in here, right? And it downloaded the wrong version of it because most probably I had selected the bad. I had, for some reason, the old version of the engine still in that I don't want to delete because I have some projects there that I still want to support. Version 5. Yeah, I cannot use that. Okay. So, let me once again delete this because that's goddamn awful. And I hope that this time it will download the correct version. Let's jump and wait here. Once again, what do I have to click in order to download the 5.5 version, the updated one, the one that it states that it's been updated? View and launcher. Yeah, sure. Open this shit up. Game animation, right? That's how it was being called. Yeah. And maybe let's delete the local stuff. I have it on 5.4, 5.5.4. But I thought I had selected 5.5. Whatever. Whatever. It was probably my error, but we can learn something from that. That if you have different version of your engine selected in the EGS, then it will just download the version for that, which makes sense. I didn't know about it. I thought that if I have the newest version of the project, it will, you know, use that one, but okay. Okay. It's on my bad. My error. Hope you learn from my mistake. Dexterovsky says, I'm gonna apply your hints about input and hot calls. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. I hope it will work out for you. Let me quickly summarize what Dexterovsky is talking about. Maybe I could also view this. Basically, Dexterovsky asked me, let me show you the Discord right now. This is what happens in Discord. Dexterovsky asked me about, he had a question about integrating player actor, player key bindings, player controller, player UI with each other, etc., etc. And on that day I couldn't answer, but the next day I had time to answer. And I written down from my 10 years of experience, you know, like a couple of ideas about that stuff. That there basically, for me, there exists like two ways of going about it. Very classic are where the player controller is kind of like a hub of control and connection point between lots of systems, right? And the one that is more inspired by Lyra, not one-to-one copy it, because, you know, not every game needs all of the stuff that is in Lyra, but you can get a nice inspiration from that, right? I elaborated more about the classical approach because Lyra one wasn't needed, but if you guys, you know, wanted it, I could, you know, do the whole write-up about, you know, Lyra-inspired integration between like player pawn, UI, etc. and game state. And also I shared discovery that I made like 2 or 3 weeks ago about game framework init state interface, because there was this thing, when you're working with multiplayer game, usually where do we do our initializations? Where we do it, we do them. Okay, let me quickly turn on the project, game animation sample. It is that it, you know, start compiling shaders in the background. Usually when we have multiplayer game, we are initializing our pawns, our controllers, our every functionality that is supposed to be replicated. Usually we do it in begin play. But what happens if we have, and it loaded way faster than the 5.4, huh? Nice. What happens if we have lag, right? Lag or packages being dropped. Well, initialization gets messed up, right? Because we were counting that on begin play, some data will be already replicated, but it isn't. So what we do usually, we actually do so called lazy loading. So in the tick of a given actor, for example, your pawn or player controller, we are just waiting until the specific data is actually replicated and it has a correct state. That's where we are initializing HUD, for example, or we are binding inputs or whatever, right? And game framework in-state interface is something that I discovered while going through Lyra and using also it for work, which allows you to basically decouple yourself from begin play. You can just derive from game framework in-state interface, implement two methods that are allowing you to go from one initialization state to the other and what you should do on this initialization state. And those states are like spawned, data is available, data is correctly initialized, and then you are game ready, right? And I discovered that just using that kind of interface eased up so many of my pain points where I could easily debug in what state my pawn is while bad network conditions happen. And I can wait until, you know, certain replications happen. It's really, really amazing, and I will be using it for my game that I also create here on stream when I will exit the ideation and prototype phase to actual C++ implementations. You can bet your ass I will be using this because I cannot see any other way after seeing the light, right? Dexterovsky says, and this is what I mean saying he's super helpful. Look at this wall of text. I was expecting a simpler answer. Yeah. Thank you, Dexterovsky. At work, some of my friends are, saying to me that I'm like ChatGPT for them sometimes, because I also use like, editing, etc. But I like, like sharing my experiences, especially after, I find out something that was painful and I find a way to do it way better, way smoother, etc. I like, answering those questions, etc. So yeah, once again, let me drop down the link to the Discord that you saw in a second ago. This is the link where you can find all those discussions, right? And you can ask your own questions. I will always answer. Maybe not in the same moment because, private life, etc. But, you can be sure that I will answer and react to your stuff. All right. So first of all, let's verify whether I managed to, work with EGS. And yes, we have the newest version, 5.5.4. So we can expect that the mover should be somewhere in here. Let's see first if the plugin is turned on. It is turned on by default. So my hope is that because mover plugin is turned on, we will see some mover being used in here. So I'm not even sure where to search for it first. In characters, probably. Wow, so many. I just want to use the blueprint. Blueprints, ABP sandbox character, CBP sandbox character. I think it is that guy, right? I don't know. Let's see. Let's turn that stuff on. Let's turn my gamepad on. Thank you. Level style colorful. Okay, readme. Oh, they added new stuff. Updates in 5.5. Let's look at this. Main updates. We've added an experimental setup which combines state machines, choosers, motion matching, and blend stack. Okay, this is like the going through the updates in 5.5 for this animation game sample is like the whole stream on its own. So let's concentrate because I have a tendency to, go on a tangent, as you probably saw. And let's find anything connected to mover. I think I need to schedule a stream connected to just browsing through those updates in game animation sample. And also, on the Discord, Dexterowski let me know, it was either yesterday or 2 days ago, that Epic will be adding new game samples. I want to look at them, although there's something funny that Dexterowski pointed out, that none of those examples will have network replication. I don't understand why, but we could at least look at it. Sample logic now supports network multiplayer. For sure, we will be looking at this game animation sample as one of the streams, because last year when I was going through it, no network multiplayer replication, which kind of sucked, right? But now it supports it. That's great. Okay, expanded the traversal system, blah blah. Sample runs and cooks on mobile. That shit can run on mobile? Nice. That must mean that all the choosing logic and state machines, etc., had to be optimized for mobile, right? Or it's just like, yeah, it runs and cooks for mobile, but it barely runs. I never actually cooked content and shipped a build or made a build for mobile with Unreal ever. I don't even know how to do it. For Android and stuff. The new gameplay camera, though in beta, this will get used. Okay, there are cool things to look at it. New walk shapes, amazing. Experimental foot placement, motion matching now supports animation. Nested chooser tables. Choosers is also the topic that I want to dig deeper, because it seems like choosers basically is a struct that helps you to choose from all this big animation library, choose the animation that matches your trajectory of movement right now the best, right? So you can blend into this animation. And it is just like a simple, almost Excel spreadsheet table, where one of the columns are variables and their specific states, which guarantees that this animation will be used, right? Connected to those variables with this specific states and evaluations, right? And from what I understand, that they claim that the choosers are agnostic. They don't have to be used for animations. They can be used for whatever data necessary, which means awesome, because it means maybe we don't have to create Blueprint or C++, just to be able to choose specific data over other data, right? Okay, but mover. Where the mover is? There is trajectory generation is now thread safe. Most of the animation blueprint update has been moved to worker thread. Okay. Blah 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 blah. The hybrid state machine, but mover. New animation modifications. Nothing about the mover is being explicitly stated here. Okay, known issues. Running into the walls does not look great. Yes, there is mover. We are using an experimental technique to control character rotation, where we allow the capsule to rotate instantly and treat it as the target rotation, while we override and control the rotation of the root bone using an offset root bone node. Okay. This allows us more control when doing complex rotational animations such as turning in place, turn starts, and turning pivots. Okay. The relationship between the actor and the root rotation should be improved in the future with Mover 2.0. I saw the Mover 2.0 name popping up in here, and I was thinking that they will explain how they used it, and instead they said, we have something, it is experimental, it will be better with Mover 2.0 in the future. But doesn't contain Mover 2.0. God damn, why the hell did you guys written... Where the hell is it? Here that you already create... I mean, technically, yes, you did create the trajectory queries for motion matching, but without the example, it is hard to use. Was there anything about trajectories? Mover provides a method in the readme file, because guys, for the guys that joined later, finally there is an Unreal Engine plugin that has a readme file that explains the concepts, what network settings you should have to turn on in order to experience the best smoothing, where to look for examples, all the concepts explained, comparison with the regular character movement component, so-called CMC, how to debug, how to log, console commands, more explanation of an example, frequently asked questions, and limitations and known issues. I think that it might be the only Unreal Engine plugin with the readme file like that on the experimental side of things. So yeah, as I was searching, trajectory. Yes, mover provides a method to get samples, blah blah blah. An actor will end up with the future get prediction trajectory function. This is useful in support of advanced animation techniques like motion matching. As of Pine for Pine, this is based on the most recent state and inputs. Options and customization will be expanded in the future. Okay, but how the fuck do we use it? Okay, this is the only thing that readme tells us. The network logic is 100% BP, which means CMC replication not be perfect. This should be solved when the project is reworked. So this whole project doesn't use Mover 2.0, yet they're... I gotta be honest, the messaging on the Mover 2.0 update is a little wonky here. Not only here they are showing a movement mode that wasn't present in the regular Mover plugin examples. They are claiming that the motion matching trajectories are supported, yet the project that is supposed to show it off says that it will be in the future. I'm a little bit iffy on that. Okay. So maybe with the 5.6 they will update this game animation sample to use actual Mover 2.0. I'm a little bit disappointed, guys, because character Mover 2.0, animation support, motion matching, and there is an example for motion warping. Animation root motion looks simple enough to use it, right? So you could redo the whole motion warping with the animation root motion example, which actually I might do in a second because we still have time during this stream. That might be, interesting. But for motion matching, it looks like the only thing that we have is a little bit of code here. And a nice good luck. You'll be able to see how to use it in the future. So I'm a little bit disappointed. I kinda cannot believe that that's how it's going down. But let's see this blueprint, right? CBP sandbox character. It's using character mover component, CMC. Nothing with the mover in here. I'm disappointed. Oh well, at least I learned how to freaking download this project correctly. Yeah, so what you can expect in the future. When they will update this project to use Mover, I will for sure be going into this once again and looking at how they are using Mover, because that's what's more important to us, right? Okay, you're claiming the motion matching trajectory prediction. There is some code on the Mover side of things. It doesn't look like it's implemented in here. So we'll be looking at that, and in the future I want to look at all those updates for, especially network updates for the whole animation sample. But that will be another stream. Let's get back to the Mover, right? So two things that I still want to see in here is we went through motion warping. I have an idea that let me show you. Showing is better than just talking about this stuff. Let's turn on the last level. Loading map. One additional fun stream that I want to have in the future is 2 or 3 streams ago, my audio was muted on Twitch for the VOD because they detected copyright infringement or whatever. All of the music that you hear in the background in here was made by me. And I was flabbergasted that I got copyright infringement for my own shit, right? So this is like my old songs when I was a teenager and 20 years old, and I, still was trying to be, better than Eminem and Dr. Dre, right? But I get to use it, right? I did it, I get to use it, right? And they did the copyright infringement mute on me. And there is a video from Venus Theory on YouTube where he shows that, well, basically if you buy, a sample library, for example, drum library or whatever, you can get copyright strike or copyright mute because content ID system is not perfect and people are abusing it, right? So I decided, fuck it. At some point I will not be using any beats that I did in the past. Let's use the meta sounds and let's create a beat generator. They cannot copyright that, right? If everything will be made randomly while we are streaming and I will be running, like a build with the audio modulation in the background that will be constantly generating beats, and I cannot predict what will happen. It might sound shitty, by the way, but I won't be able to get copyright strike, right? And we will call this stream, like, let's evade the copyright, meta sounds. So yeah, I want to do like a beat generator in meta sounds in the future just to evade them because they kinda annoyed me. Okay, so what I want to do in today's stream still is, the example works with the gamepad, by the way. There is this vaulting movement here that works in motion warping. Let's try to redo this movement with the animation root motion. It won't look as well as here because motion warping, as we can see in the actual implementation of that, this is dash, this is vaulting. Motion warping actually takes some calculations and processes things based on tracing. So it knows what's the vaulting starting position is and what's the vault ending position is actually, and it warps the root motion movement to match what actually happens on level, right? So that's why it vaults in this cool way. For third-person character action games, great, right? And you can combine it with other moves, as we discovered. So I want to use this animation root motion support that is not root motion warping and redo the vaulting with that. It won't look as great because from what I saw, I cannot supply those, positions, but we will just see if it will work out at all, right? And the other thing that I also want to look at, but we will save it for the back end of this stream, is in the mover plugin examples, there's new map that I don't think I used, instant movement effects, which supposedly, as we can read in readme file from Epic, instant movement. Let's search for it. Instant effects. Yes, this is like a new concept for launching and teleporting. I want to see, what's that? Instant movement effects can affect movement state directly, blah blah blah. We'll be getting that in a second. And there's this whole example level with that they actually didn't specify it in here. Nice. Okay, so but we will save that for the back end. Right now let's try to re-implement the vault and see if what we found, which is make layer move anim root motion. Let's use that and let's try to create dashing with that, shall we? We might fail at that. We might discover some shit, but let's interface with that, right? So first of all, let's turn off all of the processing that happens here, right? and we will be having our own stuff. So let's print. What I like to do is whenever I do something like this, I want to make sure that the flow of information still works. So let's print anim root motion volt if I haven't fucked up things already. You might be thinking, I just disconnected stuff. Why would I be printing shit already? Believe me, in so many cases I was thinking, yeah, I'm just disconnecting some simple things. It cannot not work, right? And it blows up immediately. Everyone who's watching my streams when I was making my bow and arrow gaming here knows what I'm talking about. When I was like connecting things quickly and thinking like, yeah, it should work. And then 40 minutes of debugging, why I fucked up. So that's my little pro tip. I want to check if the flow of going from input to actually doing something still works after me changing anything, and then I can actually try to implement anything. And so, yep. And mind you, I haven't said that. We are actually on a client connected to the dedicated server. It's not single player, right? And if I remember correctly, what kind of network conditions do we have left? I don't remember. Average 30 to 60 latency with the 1% of package loss, which, at least for the Poland networks, internet providers and ping, it will be actually considered not average, it will be considered kind of bad. As we discussed like 2 streams ago or stream ago with Dexterowski here. Okay. So we know that I didn't accidentally fuck up everything. We got our string. Let's do it. From what we see first, we will need to queue the flying movement mode, right? We gotta queue it in, otherwise the gravity will destroy our root motion, right? So let's queue that. Then this is our volt over montage, right? Why are you okay? Animation montage and montage. We'll be pointing towards it, right? We'll be doing play rate 1, override all, yes, duration milliseconds. Actually, let's not plug anything here. Let's see how messed up it will be. Because I don't understand why duration in milliseconds is even present here as a variable to set. I completely don't understand it. Then let's play our montage. Which will be the same. Ah, we haven't queued. Queue, as we say in Poland. Queue layered move. This is our layered move. And that's how easy it should be to, you know, add layered moves to already existing movement setup, right? With the mover. That's why I like it, because implementing new movesets and modes should be way easier than in CMC. And you should get rollbacks for free. And then it's serialization, but it's still, you know, uncharted water. Yeah. So we queued our layered move, we queued our next movement next movement mode, and we played our montage, right? And yes, on blend out and uninterrupted, we will get back to walking. If something interrupts us, we are getting back to walking, like for example dashing. And of course, if we finish the animation, we should also get back to the walking movement. Let's see. Let's once again look at this animation. This is the trajectory that I expect to have. because we are not doing motion warping, I suspect it will look terrible. But, you know, I expect that at least this root motion, this kind of trajectory, this is what should mover try to simulate. Did I compile it? Yes, I did. And let's nicely comment this. Addo vault over with layered I cannot write layered move anim root motion, right? We have this. Let's see if it works. Let's remember duration in milliseconds I put in as 0, so I expect it to not work. That's my expectation for it. Let's swap for the extended pawn because that's the one that has vaulting action. It actually worked and it didn't look half bad. The difference is that, you know, in the motion warping scenario, it was, you know, stopping its movement right after, like around here. It was warping towards this place right behind the obstacle. With our setup, it's actually, you know, doing the full trajectory, so it ends later, right? But I'm surprised that it actually works with our duration in milliseconds set to 0. But what happens, let's break it. If I put in like 200 milliseconds in here, will it just do 200 of milliseconds of root motion simulation from the montage? And what's next? The animation would still be playing, like... That's why I'm flabbergasted by this duration in milliseconds. Oh yeah, let's get extended pawn. No, it still works. As I kinda suspected, this variable doesn't make sense, so it's not being processed in code. Yeah. Cool. So it turns out you cannot break this that easily. Yeah, so we basically re-implemented with a couple of clicks the whole vaulting action with what they were claiming to add, that they were adding in 5.5 and Character Mover 2.0 animation root motion support. It works if your animation has root motion and you don't need motion warping, right, to warp to specific positions. You can just do this, make layered move, provide montage, set up variables, play this montage, cue movement modes for flying and then getting back to walking. Done. It works for y'all. Yeah, but I also want to see one thing. How smooth will it be from the position of one client observing the other client in current average conditions? And yeah, so there's a little neat trick where you can steer your second character with gamepad and your currently focused window with the keyboard and mouse. And I would show it in a second. I always like to talk about this because not everyone knows about this. And let's, with this guy, observe. Yeah. What we can see is that the animation is not really replicating correctly, right? But the actual trajectory is quite smoothly, right? And if I remember correctly, it's been addressed in a readme file. In limitations and known issue. Fixed stick simulation, arbitrary. Animation of SimProxy example characters. Animation on another client's pawn, a SimProxy, which means I am observing another guy, may not be fully replicated during certain actions. This will be improved in the future release. So for right now, they don't have a solution for how to correctly replicate these animations. So for multiplayer projects, if you're working on one, prototyping, etc., expect that in multiplayer sessions, such animations, root motion animation, actual skeletal animation might not work. But for example, dashing, if I remember correctly, no, it's also not working. Yeah, there was one action that was working, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the zip line. For some reason, the zip line replicates correctly. But right now, let's see how this root motion will behave. I mean, first of all, let me show you. In the editor preferences, level editor, play. You can just get in here. And where was that? Route under the client. You have route gamepad to second window. And that way you can easily steer both points of view. So, yeah. Let's turn on bad network conditions. Might even go for worse. Yeah, let's go fucking crazy. 300, 400, 300, 400 on both ends. So from client to server and from server to client. And freaking 10% of package loss, right? And let's see how the root motion situation will, will happen here. Okay, let's possess this guy. He will be the observer. Yeah, these are super bad conditions. I don't know why I'm testing this, because I guess I'm a masochist in that way. But let me tell you, I've been playing in 2000s. Oh, first crash on the stream. On the network prediction. World manager. Or not the crash. Oh, it was just an ensure. Or will it get back from that? It did. Okay. But I completely lost control. I think I might overdid it on the bad network condition. But that's how some Counter-Strike 1.6 matches went for me in early 2000s. Okay. And let's observe. Yeah. No amount of smoothing will work that out. But let's also make sure if my editor settings didn't turn off, because when you start this whole mover example, they are telling you, if you want to see good smoothing, make sure that these project settings are set to these values. Let's do exactly that. Preferred ticking, and I cannot write preferred ticking policy. We have it as fixed. Sim proxy network LOD interpolated. We have it correct. Enable fixed tick smoothing. We have it turned on. So I guess the network conditions that I provided were beyond bad, and in all actuality, probably most game servers will disconnect you, because you will be destroying the match for everyone, right? So there's that. Let's turn on actual, bad conditions defined as they defined it. It should be a little bit better. Okay, you are an observer, and you are, as we can see, we got 100 to 200 milliseconds, both from server and the client. And 5 package loss, from what I remember, right? And let's see how that works out. That actually looks way better for those bad network conditions, so you know. It is workable. It might, you know, look funny for you. But still, this is moving out. For such conditions, I would say that is fucking amazing. So, looking at the character mover 2.0, what they're claiming to do, what we were able to check. Motion warping, yeah, works, looks cool, looks easy to set up if you have animations that are, you know, containing root motion trajectory. I also learned something that I haven't seen before, and it might be my bad, that you could, you know, show visual trajectory and orientation while looking at this, right? So we see that motion warping claim is correct. Animation root motion, we're able to re-implement the vault over action quite simply with their make layered move anim root motion. So yeah, the support is there. Trajectory queries for motion matching, that one I am disappointed by because there's no example of how to use that. There's some predictor that I don't know how to even use. And as we saw, the game animation sample doesn't feature mover implementation yet. So I would say technically they are correct. Yes, they do support trajectory queries. There is a blueprint type of mover trajectory predictor, but mover trajectory, make mover trajectory params, get future trajectory, get projected trajectory. Okay, but those are functions on motion component. These are mover predict trajectory params that are being supplemented in here, I guess. But how to use it? And it is just a U object, so you have to just create it. And your animation setup, I guess, has to call upon that. I'm not sure how to use it. So that point of trajectory queries, I would say, is true, but only by technicality. They did create a code for it. They did not show how to use it. Nothing in the mover examples, at least that I found, shows that. So I am not really sure what to do with that. Yeah, of course this won't be called, but how about this? And we get not the thing that we wanted. Yeah, so we have to wait for the update to game animation sample that will contain mover, which I expect will not happen sooner than 5.6. It might be even later. So yeah, character mover 2.0, motion matching, trajectory queries for motion matching. I'm iffy on that. I'm disappointed. I'm not sure if I would be claiming that I have support for that if I didn't show how to use it. So I mean, maybe, you know, some of you guys or someone that's watching it as a VOD knows how to use it, then please, you know, leave a comment or jump on Discord and, you know, share your findings with that, because I am not sure. Mover trajectory predictor. mover trajectory predictor. I can just cast to this. I cannot create this. Oh, but well, mover. Let's say I have that. What can I use from here? Trajectory, post search. Actually, there's only one blueprint callable method on this setup, so I can only do setup and put in mover component. That's as far as we can go with this. And yeah, that's why I guess more C++, custom C++ setup is needed for that. So yeah, I'm disappointed by that one subject, but you know, motion warping and animation root motion support looks really cool and quite easy to use. So I also guess that this screenshot where it features you probably, it's not really being seen in stream, but they are showing advanced walking mode that doesn't exist in the mover examples. It probably doesn't exist in the game animation sample because it doesn't use mover component. So that is from a project that is not yet released. But whatever. Let's look at the example that I wanted to look at after implementing the vault over with animation root motion. Which was those instant movement effects. Yeah, save it for the future. Enable disable trail tracking, enable disable trajectory look ahead. There's a teleportation, jump impulse, and apply velocity instant effect. Okay. There is a similar map that we were looking at on the last stream because I remember trying to find out how those volumes are applying those effects, and it was Dexterowski who said, hey, look at the level blueprint, and that's when I realized, oh shit, I haven't been looking at the level blueprints ever since a couple of years because I've been only working on an open world game. So that's where it was really done. But yeah, let's open up the blueprint, level blueprint, and we will see all the implementations here. So maybe let's play it first. As a one client, we can get back with the network conditions to average. Average. Yes, and let's play. While I open up a second lemonade. This one is, I have no idea. Lychee and lemon, okay. So, cheers guys. And swap for dashing pawn. I'm not sure. Okay. The debugs are getting turned on. Okay, let's turn them off for a second. Here's where we'll see teleportation. Yeah, it was instantaneous. Great. Velocity. Great. They even added some funny scaling animation to some sphere. Dexterowski says, those are without alcohol? Yeah, without alcohol. 0%, and it's like true 0%. There are some that are claiming that to be 0%, but I always take notice to have them without alcohol. I don't drink that much. The same goes for me, like sometimes I like to buy non-alcoholic wine because it just tastes good, right? Just for the taste. And I don't like the way I feel after alcohol, so I really recommend 0%, true 0% alcohol wines and beers, which are, this is like actually a lemonade. When you look at the what's it made of, it's lemonade. So yeah, those are without alcohol. I don't think I would be streaming if I was drinking alcohol. I wouldn't be able to work if I was drinking alcohol. I remember 2 or 3 streams ago, we were talking about this. There was a guy in here that he shared that he is watching and working on his own stuff, and smoking a spliff, right? And we were like, what? You're able to concentrate, etc. with that shit? If I actually took 1 sip of alcohol, I'll be instantly not in a mood for working, but more in a mood of like chatting, partying, etc. I could never take any alcohol for work because it just messes up my brain. Yeah, okay, so that's how this stuff works. Let's look at the blueprints, how they do apply those effects. Teleportation, instant movement effects, the whole blueprint comment section, and helper functions for map. Whole yellowish, yellow brownish, I don't know how to call this color. I'm not great with naming colors, but those are some helper functions. So what we will look at is mostly this: teleportation. Teleport an actor from one platform to another. It just takes our actor, checks if we are locally controlled and have authority, of course. We are getting component by class mover component. Alright, simple enough. And we just call Q instant movement effect. We have target position somewhere in the level. Make teleport effect. We already have instant... We'll look at those structures. We'll look at how to create your own structures for instant movement effects, because that might come in handy. Although, if you have instant teleport and instant velocity, I'm not sure how much you might need more to realize most of the gaming abilities. But yeah. Dexterovsky says 23 people. Oh my god! Holy shit! That's crazy. I guess I'm lucky enough to have you all here gathered. Thank you. I hope you enjoy this. I hope y'all enjoy this and you have a nice Sunday today. Okay, so Q instant movement effects. I will try not to think about how many people are watching me because it is quite stressful. Then, if you like what you're seeing and having this kind of discussion, and you can always ask me questions. I will try to answer to the best of my abilities from my 10 years of being a C++ gameplay programmer. I've been working with the Unreal for the last 6 years. Before that, I was working in Techland with the C engine, previously called Chrome engine. So if you have some questions about custom engines, I could maybe answer those. Whatever you got, you can, fire at me. I will try to help and answer. Okay, so it's just Q's instant movement, and what happens here? Pawn flinger, launches pawn to fly off a ramp. Also, do exploding sphere visualization. Okay, so that's the visualization, locally controlled, get component, Q instant movement effect, make apply velocity effect, some processing of what velocity to apply, whether it is additive velocity. That's quite nice, that we can, instead of overriding, we can just make it additive. That's nice. That's really nice. And which movement mode we are forcing. I cannot think of an ability which would need something more than teleport and apply velocity effect. Maybe something with the radial velocity or something like that. But other than that, not really. There are 2 volumes that are basically calling on the same stuff, right? That one is just applying velocity up in the air. Q instant movement effect. And how does Q instant movement effect work? Some blueprint shit. It just adds to the queue instant effect switch, as we saw previously. When the actual when the actual simulation happens on simulation tick in the movement mode state machine, because mover is being driven by state machine, which is cool because potentially, you could inject new states in there if you need, right? Some super custom stuff. But as we saw here, if we have any instant effects, they will be applied instantly at the beginning of the sub time step simulation. The same with like setting mode immediately. It will be done instantly, and only then maybe other moves will be considered. Just to combine your active moves, layered moves with those instant effects. So that's nice, that's nice. That we have the... I'm not sure if it was there a year ago. Like, I'm blanking out on that. Maybe those effects were implemented, but without this instant movement effect. Doesn't matter, we have an ability to do this, and we can see, for example, for platformer games, all those jumping pads, etc. Just use that, right? And you're done. Jump impulse the same. Oh, actually, no, wait. There's a difference between applying velocity effect and jump impulse effect, upward speed. That is super interesting, because I was thinking, yeah, the jump pad, I would just, apply velocity and that's it. But actually, jump impulse is something different. Let's look at those structures, right? Where's my rider? Here's my rider. Here's my explorer. And once again, please save my life. Do you know how to click something on a file in here to show up in the explorer tree structure? Because if I click the explorer, it just opens window explorer, right? Which sucks. I would love to have this kind of thing. I should make a short out of this request and send it to JetBrains. Please, I need this. If it isn't there. Okay, instant. Let's search for instant moves, but I don't see those. Yes, instant movement effect. Let's open this up. It just shows up as this, right? Okay. Someone has to be implementing that. Yes, apply velocity effect. Where is it? Basic. Default movement set. Okay, so it was default movement. Yes, basic instant movement effects. Duh! Could have seen that. Here is our library of all the instant movement effects. Let's look through them. Teleport effect, jump impulse effect. Okay, the jump impulse, as we can read here, introduces instantaneous upwards change in velocity. So we know that we are only, pointing upwards. So when the custom gravity, overridable gravity arrives, maybe we could use that instead of always calculating velocity, because calculation of where the app is on a small planet when you're walking around it could be, put it in here. Put in here. That's interesting for the future, because another stream that will happen whenever they will say that, yes, mover component right now supports custom gravity. So you can have characters walking around the planet like in Mario Galaxy or Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds. No, Outer Wild. Those names. Outer Wilds, I think. The moment they say that this is something that exists there, I'm making a stream about that, because it seems fascinating to me. Okay, jump impulse effect. We have that. We have apply velocity. Oh, only those three. Okay. Let's quickly see how they are implemented, because what kind of move they are queuing, right? Oh, that is actually interesting. Teleport effect. Starting syncs. It actually does way more than I was thinking it would do. But okay. This is the synchronization state that we expect to have after the move ended, right? Or instantaneously should happen. No movement base, sure. Okay, so it is still work in progress. Okay. Yeah, like struct and jump impulse effect. Well, there is way more code than I was expecting it to. So there is more to the instantaneous moves than meets the eye. Because the output state is basically, if I understand correctly, the state that you will have at the end of the simulation. Okay, so that's why it's needed. So yeah, you get the up direction. If we're dealing with the custom gravity, that's where in this function will be lying, you know, calculation what is our up gravity right now. Impulse velocity, previous world state velocity, because we need to override it. Then we of course are putting our air movement mode. We are putting things into sim blackboard. Basically the blackboard contains all those informations, possibly could be used for rollbacks, but from what they said, they are not really supporting it yet, if I remember correctly, right? Sim blackboard is not yet rollback friendly, right? It just simply invalidates the blackboard. Yeah, but it will be used for rolling back, which is awesome because at least you will have data that you could roll back to if it turns out that your prediction was wrong, right? On your client's end. We're calculating final velocity and we are setting the transform immediately. Okay, so that's how it differs from the layered move, because layered move, queuing layered move, as we saw, was let's look into here. The way you implement it, you are implementing the function generate move when you are being given sim state, time step your components in the blackboard, right? You are calculating velocity, right? Magnitude, etc., blah blah blah, and it is proposed move and its velocity that then mover component actually simulates and takes into the consideration. That's how this layering happens, right? Because it learns what kind of linear velocity it should have in this frame if this move is being considered, and then the move upon that, etc., and it can create this lasagna layer of moves and resolves it. With the instantaneous effects, from what I can see, if you were to create your own, you need to implement apply movement effect, and your output synchronization state, as we can see, is actually the thing. It is the state that you will be in this frame. It's not something that mover component will resolve later. So if anything is messed up, it will, you know, ease out or maybe block something or whatever. No, it is exactly your state that will be happening before all the other layered moves will be applied. So that's an important distinction in my opinion. Because you are instantly, in the case of jump impulse effect, applying component location and rotation, your velocity, and that will be the velocity for this frame. So you might introduce, for example, if your velocity will be super high compared to what you had, and your character will feature physics-based chains or other, you know, things put on their skeletal mesh, you might see that, for example, they will start flailing angrily because your velocity is so high, because actually this change of velocity will not be gradual, it will be right in that instant, which might fuck up some physics. Which makes me think there is this whole physics, chaos physics based network prediction that can work with movement in the whole example. I wonder how the chaos physics will react to those instant effects, right? Because it means that, hey, our current velocity is exactly that, which usually in physics, when you suddenly switch the velocity of the object, it tends to break the physics altogether, right? Collisions and everything gets sent to the hell and back. So that is something to consider. Jump impulse effect. Okay, and once again, yeah, okay, so those are the differences. Maybe let's look into, I also wanted to see for the basic, there's a launch move. Is it some leftover? Why would I use launch when I have instantaneous move effect of jump and jump impulse and instant velocity? What's better in here? Okay. The only thing that is better in here that it will be layered. Okay. Multi-jump those might be some leftovers from a year ago, I guess. Or maybe not. But we have those basic layered move. We already looked at root motion attribute layer move. There's something new called stance modifier, which we will look in a second. Move library. Water movement utils. And swimming mode. I don't think swimming mode was there a year ago. Or at least I don't remember. And there's more motion warping mover adapter. Okay, okay. But let's look at the basic layered move if there is something new to look at. Let's take a look at the header file. Linear velocity behaves as we would expect. Jump impulse over duration. Okay, so this is if we want to apply jump impulse but over specific duration. Instead of just like on this tick, we have, I don't know, 1000 meters per second jump impulse up. Okay. Of course, jump to. That's been there a year ago. Move to. Yeah, they really like created a nice library with which I guess you can string those moves together to create more complicated move sets, of course. And if you really need something on your own, of your own, written in C++ code, you can really do it. Radial impulse. Yeah. I feel like a year ago there was more layered moves, but maybe they were not needed or something, or they were changed into instantaneous moves. Multi-jump layered move. Multiple jumps without touching the ground. Okay, so it just handles touching the ground, automatically turning off the multi-jump. Okay, so in theory, you could use those layered moves to, for example, implement wall running. The way I would do it is I would cue the flying movement mode. And that's where we could start talking about different implementations. We could, for example, generate the target point at the end of the wall and simulate root motion movement towards this target point, or just, start moving the character with make layered move move to and give start location, target location. We could create a path offset curve so it won't be going straight through the wall if it is a curved wall, etc. And while the physics would be flying, play montage would be playing. We could do wall running like that, or maybe we could do it differently. It really depends on the design. We could create custom C++ code that would, for example, constantly try to trace ahead whether we can still wall run to do something. We could potentially have walls which would already have sockets that would dictate, where the end of it is when you're wall running. There's so many ways you could start prototyping wall running with mover component, or Tony Hawk's style grinding, etc. I really think that this library of moves is enough to prototype lots of your favorite moves. But let's look at the movement modes. So for example, flying mode, how does that work? On generate move, it takes the character inputs and also creates out proposed move, and then on simulation tick, it just simulates without gravity and handling impact, etc. Let's look into swimming, because I don't think swimming was here last time. There's some water data, water flow spline data. Wow! I bet your ass that, and my ass, that on Epic Spare Force, there's a project when you're swimming in water, because I see some struct connected to water that I never saw. Buoyancy bumping, water data, last water test result, update water spline data. There has to be some project that uses that shit. I wish they would release it. On simulation think, okay, yeah, it's not working. Because it generates move, and if you wanted to turn it on in simulation, no, to do for someone. So no, swimming still doesn't work. Walking mode works. Nav walking mode just uses nav mesh in simulation for all your nav mesh AI needed. But nice thing is, right now in Mover 2.0 they added nav mover component, so yeah, you can use that to make your AIs start working with the mover component. They could queue up moves and make sure that they are still on nav mesh. So that's nice. That's really nice. Damn. Okay, what else I'm interested in here? What is modular movement? Because there's like this whole move library that I'm pretty sure wasn't there last year. So how about, yeah, I was also interested in stance movement. So let's see if there will be at least note. Applies settings to the actor to make them go into different stances like crouch or prone, not implemented. Affects actor max acceleration and capsule height. Okay. So this is what we were talking about. They were also explaining it in readme file. But you can apply stance mod. I wonder how you can do it. Stance modifier. Make stance modifier. Okay. And break. Okay, we can have only this. But how about crouch? Crouch should implement that. I'm not sure if it is implemented yet. Or maybe it is. Let's follow the thread of B wants to crouch. Find usages. I only really see... Okay, there it is. On mover pre-simulation tick. If it's crouching and it shouldn't be crouching, it cancels modifier. And if it's not crouching, it actually creates stance modifier in this moment. Creates the stand modifier. Takes an active. Andre Cartooner is back. Hey, hi there. How's it going? Hi. It's going quite great actually. Right now I have 26 people watching on stream. Holy shit-a-moly. On YouTube. How are you? How is your Sunday going? Here where I live in Poland right now it is sunny but windy as hell, and yesterday was snowing. So it's crazy. Andre Cartooner says, damn, you remembered me. Yeah, I remember you. You have a nice tagline. Andre Cartooner, so it's, you know, stays with my head. Andre says, oh good, just chilling for once. Nice. Right now I'm going through mover component in Unreal Engine version 2.0. I have been verifying some claims about what they updated. 2 of them I am happy with. The third one I am a little bit iffy about that, because technically they did update some stuff, but they did not show how to use it and nothing implements that, so it's like, could have been better, right? But, you know, going through the updates for this old plugin, or new plugin actually. So how is your stuff going? What are you working on right now? What are your obstacles, etc. that you're overcoming? Okay, so we saw stance modifier being created. Find movement mod. This is some crazy implementation. On mover pre-simulation stick when it tries to change the stances, but I don't really see how. Where's the info about how big the capsule should be when crouching? Andre Cartooner says, yeah, mover is great, but it's still kinda green. Haven't dove into it yet. Struggling with mobile stuff. Google's API work like trash. Okay. What's so annoying right now about Google's API? I haven't touched mobile anything in ages. I think the last time I tried to compile anything for mobile was 2014, when I was still a student and I was using Unity, and I was just wanting to see if I could compile my shitty prototype into mobile and make it work. And I don't remember too much about it, I'll be honest. So I wonder, you know, what is the struggle right now with the Google API? Is it that straight up just you're calling interface function and they are not working? Okay, so stance modifier. This modifier currently uses the CDO of the actor, resets the value to standing values. So, okay. CDO is class default object. What does it mean? Whenever you have a object in Unreal, when it gets registered, kinda, it creates the default instance of it, which has all the default variables set on it, right? So whenever, for example, you created your own character, it has variables. Some of them are pointing, for example, to specific other data assets, etc. And you have a subclass that are changing this stuff. And in code, for example, for some reason, you want to access what was the default version of this actual class, right? You can just take the CDO, class default object, of the given class, and it will for sure have those default values that I think at least are not mutable. You cannot change them, I think, or you shouldn't change them really. So that way you can always have access to the default versions. So what they are saying here is that basically whatever the stance modifier does, for example crouching one, right? When it needs to reset to how big the capsule on the character was after crouching, it can just use the class default object values of our actor and we will get back to the default capsule height. That's what they are saying here. Andrew Cartooner answers about the Google API. They don't read both SKUs, paid tokens, correctly despite using the documentation. Gotta translate everything to CPP and try again. Oh damn, that's a bitch, right? Well, fingers crossed and good luck with your work, because it seems like not a fun time with the Google API. Damn. Damn. Yeah, and I agree with you that mover is still kind of green, but for me it shows the nice view of the future of what we could be doing in Unreal in, you know, couple of years or something. Okay, so we got let's get back to the crouch stance modifier, because that's what I wanted to see, like how it actually. But how? Okay, because there is a general stance modifier, right? It has its own implementation of stance mode, invalid, crouch, and prone, which is not correctly implemented. So I guess if I wanted to create my own new stance for something that is not a character, but a weird fucked up alien with 8 legs and 6 heads, for example, right? And then this is my player for some reason, I don't know. Let's say that this is what I want, because I want to still believe in the premise of mover that it is character. It doesn't care about character. You can move blocks, you can move humanoid characters, you can move weird fucked up creatures, right? If I wanted to implement some weird stance that it is standing on 2 legs and the rest of the appendages are flipping off someone, I don't know, I'm just freestyling right now, and one of it is holding AK-47, I guess I would have to add this stance mode in here, which is weird because it's not, doesn't seem easily modifiable. So it seems like this stance modifier is actually character dependent. So if you really want to change your capsules or whatever collision you are using for fucked up character, or some vehicle, that's a nice way. Yeah, like Transformers, like, oh my god, lots of questions about that. But yeah, basic crouching, as we can see, there's stance settings that are taken from find shared settings. So I guess it will be set up here in our character in mover component in its settings, right? Or am I crazy? We have our transitions to zipline, that's great. Persistent sync state, great. Shared settings, stance settings, yes, we have. And we have settings for crouch. So I guess if you were to implement the new stance like prone or whatever, I don't know, peeking out or something, I cannot think of anything other than alien creatures right now. You would have to do lots of engineering right now, because you would have to basically modify the base code of the stance modifier and add something new to the stance settings. Okay, but maybe the examples I am talking about are 0.01% of developers needs, so that's why they didn't do lots of modularity here. I might be tripping. Andre Cartooner says, yeah, definitely not fun about the Google APIs. Not a way to properly debug either, because you have to publish it through Google's console, so no way to hook it up to Unreal Engine. All the debugging have to be done manually. Feels like going back 20 years. It's taking you back to the past, and it sucks ass. God damn. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not a fun time, I guess. I my brain doesn't even want to imagine debugging everything through Google's console. Yeah. Yeah, be strong, my man, be strong. Andre Cartoonist says, yeah, I remember I had to do the same for ALS. CPP version in order to add a new stance, holding something other than the basics, for example. Talking about mover. Yeah, ALS. I worked with some old ass version of ALS for Evil West when I was at Flying Wild Hog. There was one guy who was main caretaker of the ALS. I only had to sometimes, touch upon that. And yeah, that was my takeaway from advanced locomotion system, because that's what Andre Cartooner is talking about, just to, show what we mean. Is it still available here, ALS? That's not it. Advanced locomotion. It should find it. Oh my god, which one is the Advanced Locomotion System V4? I think that's the version. Yeah, that's what Andre Cartooner is referring to. At least I think, right? Am I right, Andre, or not? But basically there's this whole system for locomotion that you supposedly, you buy, you put it into your library. I think it went free at some point. It's the community version. Okay. Andre Cartooner says the CPP version is only on GitHub. This is the community version. Right. And we had the GitHub version as well at Flying Wild Hog. But the idea is that, you hook it up and most of your locomotion needs and networking, etc. is covered. Your animations, etc. you got it covered. Just, give your characters weapon, things to carry, etc. and you can make your game without thinking too much about the code that drives everything, right? But my takeaway was whenever, and those needs, arrived super quick, whenever we had to adjust a little bit something, we had to dive deep into actual ALS code and change stuff, which was not ideal, because then the update came and we had to merge things together, and it was not ideal. So that's why I like the premise of Mover, that at least here when it comes to moves, layering moves, creating new modes, instantaneous move effects, right? The idea is that first of all, you could create moves just in blueprint or code by, stringing together a couple of layered moves that already exist in the library. Or you just create one layered move structure. You implement just one, where is it? God damn, I lost it. And I'm not focused on this. I lost. Basically, it moves. Yeah, you just implement generate move. You put whatever you need to do over here, and that's done. The same with layered new mode, movement mode, etc. So you don't have to edit the engine too much. But then the stance comes in, and as Andre said, it's reminiscent of ALS. That okay, if you added, you have crouch, you have prone, and if you want to add another stance mode, suddenly you have to change it. So I hope that they will be making it more modular, because that would carry on the promise of a mover, that it should be character agnostic or actor agnostic actually, and you can easily modify shit, right? Andre Cartuna says about the ALS, the C++ version. And it's better because it's already replicated and has many performance gains. Yeah, yeah. It's pain for real. Yeah, most merges are pain, especially when you edit source code. That's why, for example, both at where I'm working at right now, which is Creepy Jar, and on my own project, we don't change source code because then a new version comes in and it's hell to pay. For example, can I share this anecdote? I kinda can. I was at one event with my friend from work, and we either just merged to Unreal 5.0 or 5.1 or something like this, and it was like a 2 or 3 day merge, super quick, because we didn't edit shit in the source code, right? We only had to like fix up a couple of things, play through, game, use the editor to see what happened. 3 days, we're done. People were able to, work, etc. And at this event, we met with someone from famous company, and they were like, "Oh my God, man, we are like, for 3 months, we cannot merge this shit." And we were like, 3 months? What the hell did you do? And it turns out they changed the big parts of garbage collection code, the big parts of rendering code, etc. Some parts of the core C++ libraries. And I was like, oh my God, they will never merge it because it seems impossible, right? So my guess would be, if you're not working in a big company that has 600 people that are able to take care of merging the engine when the source engine is being changed as well to fit your needs, don't do it because you're in the world of hurt. Andre Cartuna says, I gotta stick to the version. Yeah, that's also one of the things, one of the strategies, that you have to stick to the version, but yeah, you just stick to the version and you just stuck with the version. For my needs, fortunately, I can, update the engine for the project, and I don't have to stick for the engine. But also what I do in my personal project that I also, do here on stream, I don't demand too much, right? I don't think I will ever do any source engine change. So, I don't think I need to stick to the version. Just before shipping, I would stick, right? Because then you cannot introduce new merge as a variable because it will fuck up your shipping for sure. You might overlook one of the changes, or it won't be actually, shown in the changelog, and suddenly the game was working, and right now it might be crashing on console for some reason. And you'll be like, what the hell? Because of one change that you overlooked, and now you will be spending days debugging why it's not working. So yeah, when you are going into shipping mode, also no merging, unless, I don't know, the merge is providing the life-saving shit that you couldn't, take care of. I will never do this. Andre says, just asking for trouble at that point. Yeah. But when you are, still in the beginning of development, yeah, why not? Why the hell not? Okay, so I wanted to see. No, I guess the only way to modify stances is here. And that's it. Okay, so let's get back to one other thing that was also fascinating me in the second. There's like air movement utils, based movement utils, constraint, floor query, ground movement. What is all that? I'm not sure if I saw that stuff previously. So like air movement utils, what kind of functions does it have for us to use? Free move params, move inputs, etc. Oh, nice. A standardized structure for free move params where we can put our data into, and it will probably be used somewhere, right? And then compute control free move. Oh yeah. Oh, wait a second. What is this? I can just put in free move inputs and it will automatically compute direct. And it creates proposed moves out of that, and it just uses it. Andre says, got to go, my friend. Have a nice week. Have a nice week to you as well, Andre. I hope you have a great week. And thanks for dropping by. Thanks for dropping by. Nice seeing you once again. And 32 people on YouTube. God damn, you're making me blush. God damn. So, if you like what you're seeing, all those me deep diving into stuff head first, without preparation, showing you the real, learning curve, real problems of sometimes fact-checking what is in the documentation or the online product board and what is actually implemented, etc. And you like hearing those kind of anecdotes and discussions, please subscribe. I will be here next Sunday. With the next stream. Not sure what it will be yet, because I'm considering two options. Either I'm considering, because I've been asked about how about using mover component for vehicles without using chaos vehicle, right? That seems like an interesting topic for me, right? I might do that, or I might do another stream when I will be coding, prototyping, scripting the game that I'm scripting. And from what I remember, I will be prototyping some what was it? Some abilities, I think. So, or maybe something else. Maybe it will be meta sound stream, the beat generator, to avoid copyright strikes. We will see. But feel free to subscribe, and let me once again drop the link to the Discord if you like those discussions. You can always ask a question on Discord. I will answer to the best of my abilities. As you saw when Dexterovsky asked me a question about, organizing inputs, HUD, etc., I answered with the big write-up. I take this shit seriously. So if you ask me something, then you can bet your ass I will take this shit seriously, and I will answer you to the best of my abilities. And I will format it, so it will be easier to read. So, what do we have here before we will be finishing the stream, because we are approaching the finish? Yeah, there's like air movement utils that, from what I understand, I could use just, instantiate this struct, put in all the variables in here of move inputs, move input types, etc., and it will automatically calculate in what way I will be using in the free air movement space, which seems awesome. Base movement. Let's see. Dexterovsky says, I would love to see some meta sound stream. It seems you have huge knowledge about audio if you want to make procedural beat generator. I'm not sure if I have huge knowledge, but I have some knowledge. The thing is, when I was finishing university, my specialization was electroacoustics. So I know a little bit, not as much as, actual audio engineers that are coding audio renderers, etc. at Epic. Of course, I cannot even go to that level. I only made, some studies about that. But I love meta sounds. I've been playing with them. I created a couple of meta sounds for the game that I'm working here, because I couldn't be bothered to find a sample. So I was like, fuck it, let's just synthesize something real quick, right? I love meta sounds. I love what the audio team is doing with the Epic. I think they might be them and PCG might be my two of favorite Epic teams and Epic developers. So yeah, and they are cool as hell. They are both active in the Unreal Source Discord, and they are answering questions, etc. I love their work. I love what they did with meta sounds, with audio modulation, etc. So yeah, meta sound stream with the beat generation would be cool, right? The only thing, this is the only stream that I would have to do a little pre-preparation for this, and it wouldn't be technically with like meta sounds. It's more like thinking about music. I would have to figure out, okay, what chord progressions would I want to have in order to create something that when it will be randomly streaming audio, it wouldn't be sucking ass so much that you would want to turn off this whole stream because the music will be unbearable. That's the only thing that I will sit down with my notepad and I have to, like, you know, go back to basics of music making and be like, okay, in what way I wanna, you know, what kind of music notes, chords, progressions, etc. would I have to use in order to make it bearable, right? It probably would be more ambiental beats than, you know, like bangers, but still. This is the only thing that I would be having to prepare for because I don't have musical education, so I, you know, would have to do it offline because the stream when I would be just sitting in front of the paper and writing shit down would be boring. But I would for sure will explain my logic behind why I'm choosing certain chord progressions over other, right? But other than that, I would be deep, you know, head first, deep diving, meta sounds. Let's create those beats, right? Let's create a machine that would generate beats for us. Of course, you could ask like, oh, why don't you just hook up LLM and let it generate beats for you? Well, those can get copyright strike too. That's the first thing. Second of all, I have fun creating such stuff in meta sounds. So why would I rob myself of fun? I can evade copyright strike and have fun, and we can all learn something about meta sounds. All gains, right? Dexterovsky says, I don't know why Unreal Engine 5 didn't make ray traced audio engine yet. I think Aaron from Epic team, he was the lead of audio team, and right now he, I think, is the director of all audio for Epic, so both games, movies, and engine and everything. And I think they had a partnership, but I don't remember, was it with Microsoft or some other company, where there was a company that was creating ray tracing engine solution, and they hooked up with Epic to show that this solution could be used inside of an Unreal, and there was a demo connected to it, right? And I looked at it, but I didn't like the fact that it wasn't real time. It still required, those ray traces basically were offline baked, and then you were just querying the database of filters of how the sound right now should behave, which is smart. But if you have a level that is dynamic, destructible, you can build stuff. Basically, if you have Fortnite, Minecraft, etc., it just won't work, right? So we're still not there. And the problem why Epic wouldn't do it, if I remember correctly, they were saying it, but also I can see it, is that there might be lots of problems on the GPU to audio renderer thread side of things, right? Because you would need to use GPU for those quick traces, right? If you were doing it on CPU thread, forget about it, right? And if I remember correctly, they were having more technical explanation of why there is a lag between those two, and syncing those two might be hard. And also there are rendering needs for GPU, so it will be hard to carve out performance just for audio base, etc., etc. So they found it hard to implement in the current, at least, fashion, right? So we will see how, you know, it will evolve. I'm sure that they at some point would be seeking this as a solution, right? But there was also one other aspect of it. I just remember. They were, I think it was some stream when they were talking about how, or maybe Aaron was discussing it on Discord, that basically lots of video game spaces, when rendered, audio rendered with the ray tracing, sounded badly, super badly. The reverbs were all over the place. None of the game design tricks could be implemented to target players towards something, right? So they had experienced situations when they were turning up this demo, designers were sitting, taking headphones, etc., and they were like, what the hell is this? We cannot play it in this place, in this space, right? And they were turning it off and hand placing the reverb volumes, etc., to make it sound exactly as needed for the gameplay purposes, right? So there was another problem, that some of the levels actually have super bad acoustics if you were to simulate them, right? So suddenly the levels would have to be built with the idea of the level art suddenly would have to pick up on the acoustics knowledge, which seems weird, right? So not every space is great for ray tracing. Dexterowski says, I saw on Reddit some cool solution for audio occlusion by using pathfinding to the audio source. I'm wondering if it would be possible to code it in UE5. If I remember correctly, IIRC. If I remember correctly, there already might be, or maybe they discontinued. There was some solution from Google, I think, that was doing exactly that they were trying to calculate occlusion based on trace, but Google abandoned it, if I remember correctly. There was something like this. I remember them talking about that. Well, there was something, but they abandoned it. And right now they have so hands full of work on other stuff that they cannot implement right out of the gate, the occlusion like this. But there was a hookup for that. Where basically you are able to specify in, if I remember correctly, in project settings, you could specify which occlusion. Yes, you can do it for per platform. For example, for Windows, you can use built-in occlusion or create your own occlusion, right? I don't remember what built-in occlusion does. It might just do a simple one ray trace, no great algorithms, etc. But you can develop or find your own, or find some other occlusion plugin to be used in Unreal Engine 5. So that is definitely possible. It's definitely possible, and I think their own occlusion plugin does some basic, trace to see if audio should be occluded, if I remember correctly. I love how I think Nintendo used basically the, oh my god, voxels to calculate that, right? Because for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, their whole world is voxelized, right? It has voxels with informations, and when they were calculating occlusion, if I remember correctly, they were using A-star algorithm, pathfinding algorithm, to see what is the path from the source of the sound to you as a listener, and they were able to use that and deduce whether the sound should be occluded, and maybe apply filter instead of full-on, disabling sound, etc., etc. Real clever stuff, right? And since then, I was thinking whether I should buy Voxel plugin just to use it as an audio driver for occlusion. But it is real clever to use A-star algorithm and pathfinding to quickly, when you have voxelized world, to quickly elaborate whether given sound should be heard and if should be how much affected by filters it should be. Real clever stuff. I really recommend looking at GDC. What was the name? GDC presentation. It was like Sounds of Hyrule or something like this. There's also lots of physics driven stuff there. And they are, I could find it quickly for y'all. I think I linked it previously, but right now we have 34 people on stream, so GDC Zelda sounds. Was it that one? Tunes of the Kingdom? Yeah, it was that one. When they are explaining all those technical details. You might not like Zelda, etc., but let me tell you some of the technical stuff that they did in here. Is amazing. Let me tell you that. Ellie3 is here. Hi, y'all. Hi. How is your Sunday going? How is your Sunday going? Mine is going well. Oh, it was sunny before, but right now it's overcast and still super windy. I'm scared to go outside, and I need to soon. Dexterowski says, I have it on my watch later list. Good, good. I have so much shit on watch later list. Okay, so I was also interested in yeah, this base movement utils, because I need to finish this stream quite soon, unfortunately. But I'm glad y'all visited me here, all 35 of y'all. It's a real honor to be a part of your Sunday. Okay, here are based movement utils. Based means that, you know, you have a actor that has mover component and it's sitting on some base of movements that also might be moving. So moving platforms, basically. And we have some utils here. Relative base info, where we can ask whether something is a dynamic base, is simulating physics. Okay, so whenever we are jumping on something that is a platform that might be moving on its own, we can query that thing with those utils, which I'm sure they are already being used for some of the basic mover implementations. But for example, you might have some, I was talking about Zelda. If you have some climbing mechanics you are climbing on something that is also moving, you might probably, most probably I would create a new movement mode for that. And that's where I would be using that, because I would have a specific base of movement and I would be using those functions to transform more direction to the base direction. So I will be in the space of the thing that it is moving while I'm climbing on it, right? For example. Ellie3 says, good, I'm up at the dungeon hours here. Dungeon hours here? What does it mean? Dungeon hours here. But I'm glad you're good. I'm good as well. Okay, so that's also a topic for the future exploration. I probably would wait until mover will go forward, but it would be nice to code climbing, simple climbing, nothing, you know, super complex. There was this game, indie game that I liked with climbing that was featuring complex climbing, but I forgot the name. Jason or something like this. It was a French game, I think. Jassant? I don't know how to say it. But nothing complicated like that. More like Zelda. It is just a capsule smearing over, you know, something. And to code that with mover component first, and then code it to work on moving things. That could be a fun future stream. Probably in the next year, or, you know, 5.6, 5.7 version of Unreal, but it's something to, you know, keep a track of. Ellie3 answers my question about degenerate hours. Oh, okay, yeah. Of course. So you must be very sleepy. Oh. Damn, I yesterday woke up at degenerate hours. I was woken up at 5:15. That's a nice wake up. But I'm not mad, that happens. Constrained move, what is this? What is constrained move utils? Let's go quickly through those utils because I'm interested what, you know, could be going on in here. And I will be ending the stream in 18 minutes. So what is these constrained move utils? Encapsulates info. Movement constraint to a specific plane. Holy shit, so we could probably create 2D side scrollers with mover plugin, which is wild because I haven't even considered that. Or strategy game, or just top-down game, right? Where we don't want to ever jump for some reason. That's actually good that they're supporting that. If I were making a side-scroller 2D game, I'm not sure if I would be picking up Unreal Engine. I would probably go for Godot, but it's great that they are aiming for that. Because maybe you will be making a game which has, like, those games, those co-op games, Split Fiction, etc. When they are changing from one type of game to the other, if your game contains it, it looks like mover plugin in the future will be supporting that, and it already has all the utils that you might need. Ali3 says, yeah, you totally could. Yeah, it seems like it. I think Godot, Ali3 says, I think Godot would still be preferable, but there are a lot of Unreal features I see that being good for. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would go for Godot, but it's still good to know that, you know, it is there, right? Because if I was making a game where suddenly, for example, the whole gameplay mode changes into walking in the side-scrolling fashion or top-down or whatever, it's good to know that I have something already and I don't have to rediscover the wheel. Yeah, I can set planar constraints, etc. And how does... Okay, it works on constraints. Nice. Okay, so we have utils for that. Floor query. Floor, for Polish-speaking person, this thing is a bitch to say. Floor query. Forgive me, I have Polish accent. Floor query. God damn it. Hard to say. Query about the floors. That's easier. So we can constantly ask for find floor. That might be, for example, if we were creating some layered move where at the end we need to find floor, or we are constantly asking for floor, it seems like this is, and computing floor distance. That's actually nice. I like that because I could also use that function to compute, for example, if I'm flying above something, I want to compute whether my distance to floor is a deadly one, right? To show something in HUD that, hey, if right now you fall down to the ground while you're flying, you will die, right? So great to know that such things are already there, because usually, I'll be honest, I had to calculate shit for my own. Which is not that hard, but looking at how much code is there, they considered lots of possibilities for y'all. So that's nice. Oh, we can see if surface is walkable with the max walk slope cosine. Nice, lots of cool ground movement. I wonder what is there. Once again, ground move params struct, which contains shit load of information. And ground movement utils. What do we have here? Compute controlled ground move. Wait a second. Is it another one of those functions like was in the air, free air movement, where I can just drive those params and it will calculate the... Yes, it will calculate proposed move out of that. That's also very useful for custom layered moves, where I could just use that, right? And it will constrain the plane immediately and compute angular velocity. Wow. That is actually wild. That's actually wild that they're providing all this stuff. Modular movement, I wonder what that is. Turn generator. Okay, so I can... This is an API for creating an in-place orientation change. Okay, that's nice. Linear turn generator. Exact damped turn generator. And some base class for blueprint. That's cool. So if you need to suddenly move and turn your character around, you can just use this code and it will calculate everything for you. I love this shit. I'm not sure if it was there a year ago when I was checking this out. Why? This is something, if this is new, because my memory might be, you know, messy, but I would love if they would claim it here, if this is a new shit or updated shit, that, hey, we created lots of util functions for you, for the linear turns, ground movements, floor queries, etc. You don't need to write shit. Or at least you have a base that you can start with, right? Yeah, I would much rather have them say that than say that, hey, here's trajectory queries for motion matching, and you will never see how to use this. So modular movement is for that. Movement mixer is... I think Mover already uses it out of the gate, where it just mixes moves. override all. Yeah, this is already used. So you probably wouldn't use that out of the box on your own. Movement record. Huh. A part of movement accounting representing a single piece of movement operation, such as a slide, floor adjustment, etc. Accounting record of a move as it is processed. Moves are composed of substeps, and these can be marked to indicate how they influence the final collapse move. Relevancy means substep is contributing, or part of the substep is contributing to the reflected movement state. Example, a character moves forward across a slightly irregular sidewalk, and then it just adjusted downwards to keep it sticking closely to the sidewalk. Okay, I'll be honest, I'm not sure what they mean by that. The movement record. Can I movement substeps? It probably could be used for rollbacks or maybe, you know, replace. But it's probably used by them for rollbacks and general movement utils. Let's see that. Trajectory sample info, we have a structure for that, that's great. Compute velocity params that will allow to compute velocity. Okay. Combine velocity, and the movement utils. There are lots of to-dos. Stateless static BP accessible functions for a variety of movement-related operations. Ideally, none of these functions should deal with the simulated input state types. Rework them. Okay, so it is very green, right? So these are very green. Probably we should not look too much into it if there's that much to do. It means that probably the premise of it being stateless and not relying on the input state types is not there yet. Ellie3 says, it seems like they thought of a lot of stuff that can be standardized when you want to just make changes to an out-of-the-box config. Yeah, and that's why I love the premise of Mover compared to CMC, right? That possibly the 1.0 version, the releasable version, right, the shippable version would be created as such that the only custom code that you need to create is your own custom mode of movement and your own custom layered move. If you don't have those needs, it seems right out of the box you'll have everything you need to create moves for your game, which I love, and it is networked and smoothed nicely. And there's the premise of it working with the physics, chaos, network prediction liaison, but that I'm iffy about, as I am iffy about the whole chaos. But yeah, the premise is lovely. That's why I'm paying close attention to it. Yeah, lots of general movement, like overlapping tests, compute angular velocity, like lots of stuff that I would be using if I was, you know, for example, making a vehicle move. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would be making you know, a test like, hey, can you use a mover to create arcade vehicle movement, right? Next Sunday, but it is a topic that I also want to see because it would be a nice test, because they are showing us, you know, character moving around, they are showing us some moving platforms, but what about non-humans, right? I'm pretty sure that the outcome would be like, yeah, we're not there yet, but the promise is as such. That's the outcome that I think might happen. But yeah, let's go movement util types. Okay, these are just types, enums, structs for those movement utils. Blackboard. This is a simple generic map that can store any type, used as a way for decoupled system to store calculations and transient state data that isn't necessary to reconstitute, blah blah. It has support for invalidation when a rollback is triggered, but the rollback is not supported, as we saw in the readme file, right? Values submitted are copy in, copy out. Yeah, but actually, you know, you could instantiate your own mover Blackboard, create new object, right? And constantly push things there to do something with it. I cannot think of cool gameplay interaction right now for mover Blackboard. No, actually, no, I can. Tracer from Overwatch, right? any character that would not just teleport back to the place, but also will replay exact all the moves that were happening for over a period of time could be there. Although probably it would be an overkill. I would probably still use some sort of teleportation and some smoke and mirrors fake magic to do it, but if you need something like this, it could be done. Or another example, yeah, like time rewinding and time shift, or yeah, actually time shift. This is the old school FPS. It allowed you to, you know, go backwards in time, and you could just, you know, save the positions of stuff, right? But it is also nice if you could not only save the position of a given object, but what velocity it had. So when you rewind to some point, you turn on the simulation and it simulates as if it was in that point of time, right? It's nice if we could just use the blackboard for that. It might be an overkill still, but you know, it's nice to know that you have this option. Player mover montage callback proxy. Wait, I was playing montages there, but in a different way. Play mover montage. That is something new. Runtime object uses a proxy to an async blueprint task node that runs animation montages on mover actors. This leverages parent uplay montage callback proxy to perform animation while adding an accompanying layered move to handle any root motion. Wait a second. So my implementation of vaulting could be even better because I'm just using Q layered move and playing things by hand. But from what they are saying here, I could just be like, hey, play mover montage. How can I call that? Play mover montage. How can I use that? I want to use that. Blueprint callable. Play montage callback proxy. Okay, but I want to use that. I really want to use this. This seems like an awesome shit. Player mover montage. And I cannot player mover. Okay. Montage. Is that stuff? Plays a montage on the action with mover and skeletal mesh component. Use networks. What? Wait a second. Yeah, I need to test it out quickly before we end the stream in 4 minutes. Yeah, boy. So it means that I could just not do any of that. I could go like this, not go through those nodes. Instead, I could just go straight to play montage on this, and it would work the same, so I don't have to create too many nodes. Really? This seems awesome. My gamepad. Why is not connecting? It's probably out of battery. Okay. So let's use mouse and keyboard. And whoop. And what is the vault? Left shift. Okay. It works. It works. Wow. So I can just delete this shit. And the root motion actually is even easier. I don't need to Q layered move because they are already doing it here. I only need to hook up the character motion component, montage to play, and that's it. And it works, right? I kinda cannot believe. So it's even easier than I thought. Yeah, it is easier than I thought. Wow. Ellie3 says, this seems great for quickly refining different movement systems and iterating on them until you get the feel you are looking for. Exactly. You can quickly, string together a couple of moves, use a couple of functions from the movement utils, and then just deal with, the variables tweaking, right? Or hey, this move is a little bit too short, let me tweak it a little bit, let me create better motion warping or whatever. Like, you can really sculpt the feel of it in a simpler fashion, both via C++ and Blueprint scripting, right? A little bit easier than it used to be before. That is the promise that I love. Ellie3 says, a much better pipeline for quickly making small changes for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, and for me, for my workflow, for example, the way I work with designers, I could, for example, if they would spend time to learn more about Mover, they could, for example, instead of writing me a long documentation about what they want, they could create a prototype, right, with the Mover. And they show me, hey, that's kind of what I want. And then I can take that and be like, oh, okay, yeah. You, in some places, maybe you kind of went around some things, but okay, now I get what the feel you're trying to get, right? And I can work with that as a basis. That also is amazing, right? The prototyping, scripting, sculpting, the feel of the movement. It seems awesome. For all the platformers, games that are inspired by Titanfall and Apex, etc., it seems like a great promise for the future. Okay, so nice that it already has that. I love that. And last utility, water movement, which we saw has no simulation implementation, but let's see what they are intending. Water move params, yeah. Data about water flow spline. So it looks like they are considering rivers only, or no, water flow inside of the water body. Okay, so there will be water flow. So it will be also considering, wow, you could have wild waters affecting your move, and you have to look at how the water moves. Wow, it could be actually wild gameplay. Too bad it's not simulated yet, but a nice peek into the future of things. Water check result, update spline, and compute controlled water move, update water spline data. Okay. Sure. All right, so nice utils, and thanks to those utils, I found out that this alternative vault over that is not using motion warping could be just done with 3 nodes. Q flying movement, play montage, and it will automatically schedule the root motion layered move. And after we're finished or being interrupted, change back to walking. Great. Really freaking great. I love that. Ellie3 says, I'm a new game dev and mostly stick to 2D projects, but tools like these make getting into 3D easier for everyone. Yeah, I agree. That's the big thing though, right? Where jumping over from 2D projects to 3D can be daunting, right? Because it's not just only additional axes, right? Suddenly you have quaternions, movement works a little bit complicated, etc., right? And thanks to those solutions like that, it's more bearable for all the newcomers to be like, okay, how it should work, right? And also because it is nicely divided into phases, that you have the pre-simulation tick when you are parsing through the inputs and creating propositions of movements. Then they will be you're queuing your layered moves, and then they are simulated. Thanks to those phases, you can make it work a little bit easier for you, right? To get into the writing of your own movements. All right, I think that's it for me. My full 4-hour stream is ending. Thank you for coming. A lot of you came today. If you like what you saw, feel free to hit subscribe and like this stream. Once again, I'm also leaving for the end the link for the Discord if you enjoyed what you saw here. I like to answer questions and I treat them seriously, and I will answer always to the best of my abilities. And with that, I hope you have a nice rest of the day and a nice next week. You'll have a great next week. And I bid you farewell. Bye bye. I hopefully see you on next stream next Sunday, same time, same channel. Have a good Sunday. Bye bye. And thank you for coming. It was a blast to have all of you here. Dexterovsky says, thank you. Have a nice day. Yeah, you too. All of you have a nice day. And see you next time on next Sunday, same time.